Hello, everybody, and welcome to... Well, what are we doing here?
Cow!
It's cow! That's right!
Let's do it now!
What do we do now?
What?
Absolutely. Welcome, everybody, to the stream this afternoon, this evening, this morning, this midday, wherever you happen to be in the world. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Glad to have you all here watching, participating, contributing, and, yeah, just hanging out with us. So, who are we? Well, I think it's easiest if we just tell you who we are. Let's start with our friends, World Anvil.
Hello! So, I'm Janet, and this is...
Dimitris.
Yeah, and we run World Anvil, which is a world-building platform, campaign management system, and all-round aid to GM, essentially. And in our spare time, he's a game developer and GM, and I'm a game developer and writer.
I love this about spare time. It's amazing.
Spare time.
Yes.
Spare time. Yes, that's the thing that happens.
Next up, we have Till.
Hi, my name is Till. I'm the founder of Dungeon Fog. For those of you who do not know what Dungeon Fog is, it is a map-making tool, an online battle map editor where you can draw your battle maps and whatever you like to draw in there. And yeah, I'm going to be here today to show a little bit about that and how you can improve. So I'm looking forward to this. And I hope my monitor isn't exploding this year.
Oh, right, that happened last time.
That was an event last time. I do remember that exploding monitor. Yeah. And I'm Guy from How to Be a Great GM, the YouTube channel that gives you advice and general information on how to improve your role playing from a story perspective. And I'm going to be talking to you about how you should never plan to plan your plan ever again. Unless you like to plan, in which case you probably should. But just skip my section. So, and then rounding out the complete package is Caeora.
Yo, what's up? Oh, sorry.
It's all
hi,
good,
everyone.
dog.
I'm Caeora. How's it going? I make maps and tokens and things. I'm going to do a talk about how to make your maps fantastic. And, yeah. Cool.
There we go.
Mark forgot to say he's making amazing maps and amazing tokens, and he's absolutely amazing cartographer. That was the introduction you were supposed to be doing. But yes.
Yeah, you can do my marketing for me in the future.
Well, as someone in chat said, that's maptastic. Now, there's a whole bunch of stuff going to be happening in the next couple of hours, and to talk more about something for you is World Anvil.
Yes,
we are.
Today, as well as all of these talks, we are doing a mega raffle. So in this mega raffle, there is everything you see on the screen right now. We've got dice, we've got plushies, there is a World Anvil membership, there is a Dungeon Fog membership, there's bits and pieces galore. All of this is going to one lucky person. So how do you enter? In each talk, we're going to be dropping a keyword. We're going to be telling you what that keyword is. And you will need to put all the keywords into the Google form to have a chance to win. Caeora, your finger of might. Do you have something to add?
No, that was my one.
One.
I knew it would confuse you all because normally when we're talking, we just say like, "Oh, I have something to add." But no, this is my one. Only
Honestly, I
one.
thought you were focusing your camera for
Janet, how does it work? I need to watch all the talks, and each talk drops a secret word, right? And that is then what I need to enter at the end.
Absolutely. So in every talk, we will be saying one keyword. You need to collect the keywords. Yes, this is a standard collection quest.
like Pokemon.
Exactly. In order to be in with a chance to win, collect the keywords, one from each talk and one from the panel at the end. Input those into the form, and you might win the mega raffle.
All together,
Mega raffle.
Oh, mega raffle.
Mega raffle!
Wow, so organized.
Stagecraft, guys.
Dude.
High five together now. We didn't rehearse
As
it.
organized as cows.
Yes. Okay, so there's the mega raffle. That's super cool, and we will hand out the link for where you enter all of the keywords in the final section of tonight. And speaking of the final section tonight, that segues us nicely to Till.
Exactly. So at the end, each and every one of us is going to hold their own panel. So it's going to be World Anvil, Dungeon Fog, Great GM, and Caeora. And at the end, we will all come together in one giant panel talk where we are basically talking about the amazing event that took place today, and we are answering questions that you hopefully then throw at us. It will be, well, the way we picture it is a very organized talk where everyone answers. What I assume is going to happen is you're going to throw a lot of questions at us, and we will frantically try to answer them in utter chaos.
Yeah, it's going to be great.
But there are two important things about that one. A, this is going to be the one where we drop the last and final password or secret key, secret word. And B, this is also where we will tell you where to put all those collected words and how you can then win. So that is what is going to happen there. And because we know that you have a lot of questions, I think, Caeora, you have a great advice for everyone, how to make sure that we can see those questions.
Yes. Basically, in each talk, you can ask a question to the person that's doing the talk, and they will answer your questions at the end of their talk. There's like 10, 15 minutes to answer questions at the end of everyone's talk. So if you want to ask a question, put capital question in caps in chat, and then send it off in the big chat. And we will then grab that and we will hand that over to the people that are answering the questions, right, at the end of their chat. Now, that is for each person's talk, okay? If you want to ask questions at the end, wait until after all 4 of our talks and then go, I want a question, I've got a question. And then we will answer that at the end as well, okay?
Now, we do have a few questions that have already actually come through, and because we are a little bit ahead of time, I'm going to throw out some of these questions very quickly just to get us going, because I think they're very important to how to create kick-ass campaigns, and that's what we're here to talk about this afternoon, evening thing. And the first question is, what type of waffles do you like? Janet.
Waffles. I like Raffle Raptor waffles. Now, the reason that the chat is asking this question is because on our stream, occasionally I get so excited that I lose the power of speech. And instead of saying exclamation point raffle, I end up saying exclamation point waffle. So waffles have become a meme on the World Anvil stream. So if you see waffles dancing about, that will be why. We also have a tomato with legs that makes an appearance occasionally. It's a whole thing.
It's called Brill.
It's called Brill. It's a whole thing.
Then another person in chat asks, what if I don't have a question? Till, what advice would you give them there?
Okay, so if you don't have a question, then you should probably just type in chat a quick hello to whoever is running the panel at the moment and send some good vibes, because that will help us a lot. I'm not sure how everyone else is feeling today, but I'm unexpectedly nervous.
Yeah, if you don't have a question, spam the chat with memes and emotes so that we can't read the questions. That'll make our lives really easy. That's just
I see Caeora is donning his breeches of bitchiness +3, and I love it. More of that, please.
So another question in chat is, how long will the event go on for? That's a very good question. It is going to take 6 hours in total. So it is 5 hours of actual talking, and what we have done is, unlike last year where we just went from one talk into the next talk, each talk is separated by 15 minutes worth of basically break time. And you'll see some cameos from some beloved individuals in those videos. Not all of the videos, mind you, just every now and again, so keep your eye out for them. But generally speaking, those videos are just loops and just breaks so that you can have a bio break, you can go and grab something to drink, you can make notes, you can jot things down, you can keep track of what you are trying to desperately remember, and so on. And so that is the duration of that. Now, the videos, for those of you you watching, they are available on YouTube immediately after the stream on How to Be a Great GM if you go to the live events. But in the next coming few weeks, we will take each individual person speaking and make those video clips available on YouTube on each of our respective YouTube channels. And so you can catch it again and again and again. And also a reminder, last year's material is available on everybody's YouTube channels as well. People who might not know our YouTube channels, World Anvil, what is your YouTube channel?
You can find us at youtube.com/World Anvil. It's that easy.
It's that easy. Till, what is your YouTube channel that they can find last year's material at?
Not surprisingly, it's also youtube.com/ but now Dungeon Fog.
Caeora, what is your YouTube channel?
Surprisingly, mine is not YouTube. It is Cthulhu.com no, sorry, it is YouTube. It's YouTube.com/Caeora.
I was about to say, what?
You guy.
There's a new
Sorry,
platform?
I made a pact with an elder god. It's a long story. I'll get into it another time. But
Nice.
Right.
That's
Just all
cool.
of your URLs are /Cthulhu,
yeah.
which is a bugger because I can't spell that word.
It is a tricky word to spell. It really is. And of course, mine is youtube.com/How to Be a Great GM. Great big long sentence that, but anyway, so there we are. I've got a few more questions. Will you add subtitles and chapters on your posted videos? Well, for the big one, just because it is the live stream, it's basically just the entire live stream on YouTube. We won't do that, but for our individual ones, yeah, I'm sure we can put in chapter points and things if necessary. All right, so bear in mind, everyone is speaking for about 45 minutes, and then there will be 15 minutes of question and answer at the end. I think that's pretty much standard stuff. Have I left anything out, team?
I don't believe so.
No? I hope not.
Oh, I would add that if you want more of this stuff, or if you want to check out the videos from last year, you can also do that at circleofworldbuilders.com. Yes, we went legit. We got a website, and it's not cows, because that was taken. So yeah, circleofworldbuilders.com. That's where you can find all information about this event, future events. You can join the newsletter so you don't miss stuff, and you can find all the videos from the last event that we did. And once this event has videos, they will also be posted there. So that's a big central thing that you can find everyone at. That's the big hub, circleofworldbuilders.com.
I think Caeora is still fixing his camera.
No, I have a point to make. I was going to say that in the raffle thing, we have some feedback. So you can also use that form to give us some feedback on how you have enjoyed this calamity, and we'll take that in mind.
Calamity. Nicholas Morrow asks, where do we get cow t-shirts from? We didn't do cow t-shirts, did we? I know we spoke about it, but I think in between everything else, it kind of didn't happen. So maybe we can do some cow shirts.
If everybody in chat promises to buy 50 t-shirts, we will get them out to you as quickly as we can.
I'm ready today.
I was going to say, if there are cow t-shirts, they will also be at circleofworldbuilders.com, and we'll announce them on our social media. So just, if you're following one of us, then yeah, you'll see it.
You'll find it, yes.
Right? Like, I think Caeora is at Caeora, we're at World Anvil, Dungeon Fog is at Dungeon Fog, and Guy is at How to GM.
But you know, something we have not announced, and I think that should be fair, is that if you fail the raffle, and you are in World Anvil, please make sure that you put your username there, so we can give you a badge. I will create a badge for you. Here, you're not t-shirt, but badge. We had already the cow badge from last year. Let's make a second badge this year.
We will go into the form.
How
right
to
now.
the boogaloo.
There you are. Last question before we start, because we are going to be starting in 1 minute with World Anvil. So just before we start, the question is, how do we recognize those keywords?
We will say, this is the keyword.
Yeah, I yeah, you'll notice it in mine.
Yeah, in mine too.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, this is the key secret word that you need to put into the raffle form.
Yes, so you will, and
Okay.
yes, you could theoretically skip the entire lecture, go onto Twitch, and then try and watch it again and scrub through it to try and find the keyword if you don't want to watch the entire thing, but good luck, is all I have to say to you. And with that...
Keyword's verbal, so you can't do that. They're not visual. They're just verbal. So if you're not listening, you won't be able to see them.
Cow vampire.
With that, let us jump into our first presentation of this circle of world builders, and it's from our delightful, wonderful, amazing
And we are live.
Again.
Again, right. I don't need to say that. So we usually start these with a greetings and salutations and welcome. Today, we have a special presentation for you. We're not just rambling. No, we've made plans. We are sharing on the topic of how to get your players engaged with your world. So let's get that presentation up. Oh, yeah. Do you want to start?
I think that I can start. Yes. So, as we very much all know, there is a very big problem that everybody is facing when it comes to storytelling, which is?
Well, essentially, how to get your players not just excited about your campaign, but excited about your campaign setting. Now, this is a question we get asked a lot. It's a question that bleeds over to writers as well. And if you're a writer, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. But of course, today our focus is game masters, dungeon masters, and creating worlds and creating situations that help your players get excited about your lore, get excited about your world and your setting, and will get them running back to the table. Because of course, that's what we all want. And we need to build it into the fun. So that is what we're talking about today. If you do have any questions, remember guys, write in capital letters the word question, and then your question. We're going to be addressing all questions at the end. We'll answer as many as we can, but if we don't get to your question, make sure you hit us up on our regular Twitch shows. That's Thursday, Friday, Saturday at 11 a.m. PST, where we can answer your questions there.
The excess questions.
Yes, the extra ones that we don't get to today. So why don't we go on... Yes, let's start by telling you sort of the three types of things we're going to be talking about today, because there's various ways to get your players engaged in your world. And there's various ways to approach this depending on you, depending on your players, and depending on your campaign. We think they're all pretty solid. We suggest you give them all a try, but you may find that some work better than others. So weave your players into your world. These are not characters that you've just dropped on top. We're going to talk about ways that you can get your characters personally invested in your world and in your NPCs and in your campaign.
And part of your world.
Exactly.
Yes.
Not every solution has to be solved by your character sheet. That's solution number 2.
That is simplified as a name.
So we're going to be talking about how you can use bits of your lore and information in your world in order to further the plot and in order to make your characters feel like that is also part of the game. The game is not just rolling dice and hitting things. The game is a more complicated, more layered process, and lore is also a reward. And finally, we're going to be talking about solution number 3, helping your characters, your PCs, become a part of your world and be immortalized in history. This is the idea of character agency made manifest within your world. We're going to be seeing your players represented in your world, seeing their actions weaved into the fabric of the world, and that's going to give them personal stakes and make them strive for more of this, essentially. So those are the 3 solutions in brief.
Let's go to number 1.
Let's go to number 1.
So the first one is weave your players into your world. And I think that is a very important one, because one of the biggest questions we've always been asked, and I know that for many people in World Anvil we have this question, is I have sat down, I have spent so many hours into my world, and then my players do not engage with my content. Like I have written hundreds of articles and my players won't even see them. And honestly, that's not the problem of the players, neither your problem. It's a matter of delivery.
Yeah.
Like the players are there to play, and we have to understand as storytellers that this is important for them and they're important for them to have fun. Now, the question is, how do you make them enjoy the part of the game that you enjoy as well out of that, which is preparation and everything you've done, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Great. So we have a list of things you can actually do to make your players part of your world. Number 1, tell the story of your world, primer to your players.
So we've talked about world primers before, and if you were in COW last year, you'll have seen we gave a whole talk about how to create a primer for your players, how to explain the story of your world to your players. Now, you're not just doing this because you're super proud of it, although you should be, and congratulations for writing one. We're doing this because we're trying to help your players understand right from the get-go how they can link their characters into your world. What factions are they part of? Where are they from? Who are their people? Who are the other people? What are the conflicts that they may already have experienced before the story of the campaign even starts?
Yeah.
And this is a great place to start for character creation. And they can only do that if they know the story of your world.
Yeah, for me, primer is effectively what people will be taught if they go to primary school, and the basic information they know about the recent history of the place that they are in. Okay, the more advanced like campaign setting, like if it's science fiction campaign setting, might have a little bit more broad spectrum, and while a medieval fantasy might have a shorter spectrum. But the question you should ask yourself when you're at your primer is, what would somebody know if they had essentially some basic education about the world around them?
Absolutely.
Major events in the past.
General knowledge.
Yes, exactly. Number 2,
establish and merge the background of each player into your world.
and that's a very important one, because in effect, again, you have done your world building about your world, and your players created the characters for their world, but you have not found a way to merge them together.
Yeah.
It's one thing for somebody to roll a random table in D&D 5th edition to find out what their background is, or just read through a list of backgrounds and say, you know what, I would like to be a scoundrel or a noble. It's another thing to say, okay, you're a noble, and this is your family. You were born in that place. This is who your father is, and that's who your great-great-great-grandfather, who was important, and it was. And this is what your relationship to the crown is, and this is where your ancestral lands are, and everything like that, to create information. And you write this information, and you make them part of the living world as much as part of the background of the character.
Absolutely. So instead of just plopping your PCs on the surface of your world, you're really bringing them into the fabric of your world. You're giving them personal experiences. And that's what this is all about. We're building a personal space that your players, your characters exist in, which gives them ties and bonds and secret knowledge. Never underestimate the power of making your players feel special right from the get-go by telling them secrets that others don't know about the world.
Yeah, and it does not have to be essentially, that the world is dominated by a great evil. The secret knowledge might be that you have been in a university in this town, and you know where are the best places to get a drink or to get information, which means that when the party lands there, you are the only one who knows where to go.
Absolutely. It might be a little bit more impactful. For example, you might have a suspicion that so-and-so is secretly a mafia boss. It's not world-breaking, but it's a useful tidbit that might be later useful in the story. And that's the trick of this. Once you make them useful, you're encouraging role-playing, you're making knowledge not just exciting for the fact that it's a secret, but salient to the plot. We're going to talk about more about that in a minute. And you're giving your players right from the get-go things that they can use to interact with the world.
Number 3, private issue zeros, which include play, main backstory, childhood encounter, etc. Take it from here.
So you have your player, their created character, you've given them information about their background, which is specific. You've tied them to specific cities within your world, to specific experiences. Now it's time to give them a little bit of play. By helping your characters play within this space, it makes it real to them. It's not just information on a paper, it's an emotional experience. And if there's not a convenient place to pick up right before the campaign starts, go to their backstory, go to their childhood in their noble house. The trick here is that you could already start introducing NPCs who will be valuable tokens and pawns later in your
And real
plots.
for that player.
And real for that player. They have had emotional experiences with them. They've had interactions with them, which means that right from the get-go, you are creating these bonds, these personal experiences, which is what your players are going to engage with in the campaign.
And when they drop in the middle of the campaign, they will have personal stakes. And that's what makes a very valuable NPC in many ways.
Exactly. So this is essentially foreshadowing just by doing a private session 0 that you can then use all of this stuff that's been spawned later, and it gives the character the experience of playing within your setting, and you can drop some foreshadowing and some information there as well.
And again, from seeing it from a world building perspective, exactly what's happening here is that you are building your world based on the experience of your character and expanding that setting with valuable information, which are essentially literally laser targeted to the users, to the people who will be playing in your world.
Yeah, this is also, by the way, a great chance to start seeing what your players are interested in. The primary is one chance, this is another. See what they're asking questions about, because that's going to guide where you take the campaign and where you take the lore, right? Which lore you're giving them is going to be based on what they're interested in, the questions they're asking. So that's another very useful tidbit that you can learn to help follow the trail of what your players are already engaging in to make the campaign even more kick-ass and even more engaging.
Number 4, use NPC, siblings, mentors, old friends, etc. for the background top-up players' personal stakes.
You're talking so fast.
I am showing.
Deep breaths.
Use NPCs, siblings, mentors, old friends, etc. from the background to up the personal stakes.
Absolutely. So all those NPCs that you may have created, that you may have introduced in the private session 0, or you may even have mentioned as a tutor or a background when you were establishing the specific backgrounds of your players, those are things that your player is now attached to. Now the puppeteer fun begins, right? Those are the NPCs that you're going to put in jeopardy, right?
Yes, exactly. There will be people who will be abducted, killed, or destroyed, or lost, or have to be found, or whatever those might be.
Yeah, absolutely. They can be quest givers. They can be the people who are abducted. They can be anything you want. But by reintroducing these people who are familiar to your characters, if not your players, you're going to up the stakes of engagement, and you're going to get your players really excited about what's coming.
And finally, number 5, party session 0.
So you've had your private session 0, right? So you've created your character backstory, you've done a little bit of a play, that might be childhood, that might be right before the campaign starts. Now it's time to get the party together for a party session 0.
Party session 0s are very important because this is where you create the connections between your players.
Definitely.
This is where you manage to find connections between not only who are the players and how they interact with each other, but possibly who are the people that both of them know. Like there might be common people that they know, there might be common locations they know, and they might have different informations for them. At this point, you're introducing their world, but you're not seeing it anymore from the eyes of a single player, but you're seeing it from the party's perspective, because no matter what requirements and desires a character has, the party as it is, it's more than the sum of its parts.
Absolutely.
And that's where we establish effectively the desires of the players. You see where the campaign actually is going and what the players want and how they want to run the game.
Absolutely. By the way, I see some comments about the illustrations. These are all Caeora's monster tokens. We thought we'd include them because they are freaking beautiful. And we love him. We like shouting it. Yes.
And now talking about the appeal.
Absolutely. So we've talked about all of these ways that you can do this. You can tell the story to your players, establish their backgrounds, private and group session 0s, using NPCs that your players are connected to. Now, why are we doing this? It's because people play RPGs partly for immersion. That's what can give the game excitement and drama. That's what keeps people coming back. You end on a cliffhanger. You don't know if your character's sister is going to live or die. Let's see what happens next week. That's how your players come running back to the table. It's because things are personally experienced. It's emotional. And that's how we can get our players excited. And then, of course, special knowledge, secret knowledge is a great way to make your players not only feel emotional, but feel special and useful. If you have a player that you think is not engaging so much, give them a few secrets, sprinkle something in there, and that will give them a way to bring them to the fore in a campaign, to make them feel like they are doing things that are useful, that the character knows things which are useful. And it will help re-engage a character if you feel they've stepped back a little bit.
And also everything we talked about right now, and I'm pretty sure we'll be talking about actually how that's related to World Anvil right now, but the point is that every single thing we told you right now means that the players engage with your setting. They are effectively accessing information that you have created, and they are thriving by expanding it. Their bases become actually their backstory at this point. They're already invested in the story because it's their own story.
Yeah.
And that is the trick. They are playing your world, but it is your story as a party,
Yeah,
including
your
the game
communal
master.
story, exactly.
And that's where things can actually become very important, because
Absolutely.
by introducing secrets, you don't only have the story of the party and the world that you have created, but each player has something of its own unique. The secrets, the knowledge that not everybody else has.
Absolutely. So, for example, your PCs may not care that the city is an oligarchy, but they will definitely care if the king abducts their sister. And that's how you get them excited about the world. So in terms of World Anvil, what can you do?
Well, you have to create subscriber groups for the party and each of the players, because then you will be able to control who really has access to what.
Yeah.
You can give secrets and articles specifically to the background of the players. So create for each of the players a little bit of an article that describes their background. Or for example, if it was a noble, write about what they know about the noble family, people they might know, statues they might recognize in the future, myths and legends that surround specific locations in their family, kind of things like that.
Another way that you can separate secrets is racial or species information. So elves see this one way, orcs see this another way, or even this is common knowledge about the elves, but nobody else outside elven societies really knows about it.
Exactly.
That's another way that you can delineate who knows which secrets.
And you can create, for example, a subscriber group for elves and give that only to your elven players, for example.
Exactly.
Another thing which is very important to say here is that you should not try to create a Wikipedia and present it automatically to all your players, because this is too much information and they will get lost.
Absolutely.
And probably they will shut down. If you can start your game with just what they know, primer and the private articles, that will be enough. Let them explore, let them get excited about the idea of learning more about the world and opening it up, because every time you open up a part of your map, or you're opening up a part of your a new information with them, and you send it with a Discord, with a notification on Discord, for example, they will be excited to read it. There will be actually new information that is salient to what they're doing right now.
Absolutely. So I know I have some writers in the chat, and I know there are many people who read fantasy and sci-fi novels here, right? So the equivalent of this is front-loading all the world-building information in your prologue, generally considered not a great idea, versus distributing little tidbits of information about your world as and when it becomes relevant and exciting to your characters. And that's really what we're talking about when we say don't just drop an entire encyclopedia of your world on your players. Let your players get excited by engaging with each piece of knowledge as it comes. It will be relevant, they could put it into practice, and then they will care about it more and remember it because it has been useful. Which kind of brings us to solution number 2.
Not everything has a sword to head solution.
Sword to head. I love the way you said that, by the way.
Well, that's what most people, in fact, use to solve things in D&D, and that's not supposed to be the way it's supposed to be if you want them to interact with your world.
As we like to say in music, the percussive solution.
Yes. So, fix number 1 for this, make it clear that many of the issues faced will not be solved by hammering away on someone's shield with your sword head solution we're discussing.
Absolutely.
And that is a very important one as well, because if you make your campaign a campaign that everything can be solved by buzzing somebody or hitting somebody or breaking down a door, that's what your players will do. I mean, that's what why not? If they can, why not do it? You need to create ideas and stories, adventures and puzzles that do require them to know about the world. They need to know where to get information. They need to know how to get the information. They need to know whose palm to, how do you call that? What's the expression?
Whose palm to grease.
To grease, effectively, to get information they want. And don't allow them to automatically just, get what they want. Give them the opportunity to actually work with it and find the solution they need.
Absolutely. So there's a lot of ways that you can approach this as a GM. Making sure that you establish early on that just hitting things is not necessarily going to be the way to solve stuff. They might need a piece of information in order to advance the plot. Now what you can do is make your knowledge rolls count. So when a player says, I want to do a knowledge roll to see if I can recall, make sure it's given a significant bonus. Make sure you incentivize that early on. and give them bonuses if they have acquired knowledge on this subject previously. That might be books that they've bought, that might be rumors because they asked around, ancient tablets that they found in dungeons that you left there to make it clear that knowledge is also a way to solve problems. All of these things can give advantage to knowledge rolls in whatever system you're using, right? It doesn't just have to be roll 2d20s. That will make your players understand early on, knowledge is power. And when knowledge in order to solve their problems, and they'll be learning more about your world.
And when they seek it, record NPC questions with at least rumors and tidbits. Friendly NPC may refer them to as a friend and consider them important encounters in terms of the character progression. In other words, if they make smart questions and they find the right people, give them XP for it. Like really reward them as encounters, because that is what makes a game like in the eyes or subconsciously in the head of a player, whatever they get XP for is valuable. So don't give them XP for killing a monster, give them XP for having a good conversation, for finding a solution that was not supposed to be, like it could have been done without actually killing somebody.
Absolutely. And you mentioned a really important thing there, which is sometimes PCs will ask somebody who could not possibly know the answer. They will ask the small girl in the street if they know what's at the center of that tomb over there. Of course she doesn't, but she might say, well, you know, the wizard knows all sorts of things that are magical and very important, blah, 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 NPC interaction. And then she will tell them where the wizard lives. Do you see what I mean? So they can refer them to the right NPC. You can even make a game out of this, right? It's a very common plot type that they use in Star Trek, for example, where you have to find somebody, to find somebody, to find somebody, and then for each one you have to do them a favor going back along the chain in order to get what you want. It's a very common plot because it's a very good plot for getting people to explore and interact with a lot of people, go to a lot of places, and do a lot of things, which, after all, is kind of what D&D is all about.
Indeed, indeed. Next thing, which is also very important, make knowledge part of the loot. Like, understand that it's not about just the money. The solution to a problem or a question to, an answer to a question might hide in the loot. You can make that feel valuable because it was something they were rewarded with.
Absolutely. And you can do this in different ways. It can be a beautiful book that is jewel encrusted, hence with the loot, but when you open it up, holy crap, this is the solution to that problem we've been struggling with for I want to say sessions. There we go.
And I don't think that the solution is, for example, a Holy Avenger. I mean, like an actual solution, like for probably a map to somewhere, or the answer to a riddle, or a book that might give them information, something like that. You
can also give them a key that will unlock something they've been struggling with. So you can give them a part or a hint that will get them moving towards the right answer if they've been struggling with something. And this is a great way. You can slip a letter into somebody's pocket, right? If you need to keep things moving along. There's a lot of different ways to give information, but by giving information, you're helping them understand that information is power. And by rewarding them with information as loot, you are literally saying, this information is part of your reward. You can use it to go to the next level. But also give them a magic stabby thing, because sometimes they will just feel cheated if all they get is the key to the next
bit. But if you give them necessarily stabby thing, a little bit of a gold, that that would be very interesting. Also, that obfuscates it in a way.
Absolutely.
Final part from this section is make information giving NPCs as memorable as possible. Ask quest givers and make them interactive. Make it the interaction expensive in terms of effort. Ask for things in return, or for coin or favors, which means information that's coming easily is information that is not valuable. It's not seen valuable. So the quest giver might say, yes, I will help you find this person, or I will tell you where Jamie hides, but I need you to actually do that for me first.
It can even be a small quest or coin or favors, as Dimitri said. It might be, you have to watch my goat for a night. Honestly, that's one of the quests from A Witcher.
Really?
Yeah, you have to watch the goat, and the goat runs away, and then you have to catch the goat. That's a really fun, light-hearted adventure that is short but memorable, and will then make sure that the information feels more valuable because you've expended effort for it, right? So that is how you can make it clear that issues will not just be solved with the character sheet. That's different ways that you can drop information to make it feel memorable. The next one
It's very important, and it is not loading.
Not moving. There
Here.
we go.
Hide the map away. Yes.
Yeah, this actually is a little piece of nugget from Devon, who
Yes.
from Devon Rue, who you wouldn't expect to give a piece of information like this because she makes such beautiful maps. But the first time she said this, I was like, huh, that's interesting. Why would you do that? And yeah, sorry.
There's a very good reason for it.
Absolutely.
Effectively, the moment you give the map to your players, you kind of tell them, here you are, that is the world. And subconsciously, the moment they see the map, they see forest, they see, for example, a beautiful location that you've read, anything like that, but they automatically start to believe they know everything needs to be known about the world.
And that everything on the map is true and right and correct.
Yes, exactly. And that is a very difficult thing for you because the moment you show them that, you lost them.
Yeah.
Like the sense of adventure and wanderlust and what is there, I wonder, is lost. Yes, of course, sometimes, for example, when you're in an area, having the map out there will push them. Like I said, if you create in your maps a beautiful kind of like location, it will be a very beautiful region for them to go and check it out. But if you give the whole of the map, it's kind of losing the point of, going out adventuring. When you explore something, the first thing you need to find out is what is actually there.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And yes, of course you can, as you said, of course you can reveal parts of the map. And doing that can even feel like a reward in the same way that we were saying, give information and make it feel like a reward. Giving information, I mean, a map is basically information, right? Giving the map and making parts of the map be unveiled should feel like a reward. Maybe they find it somewhere, maybe they have to buy it. Maybe they meet a friendly cartographer and they convince him to give them the map. Social encounter.
With Caeora.
With Caeora.
Get the map.
There are all sorts of ways that you can do this, gamify it. Literally, that's what we're talking about, right? In games, you can gamify getting the map, getting the information, but give them portions. Don't give them everything.
Also, maps were freaking expensive. Do you know how much a map cost, like back in the medieval times?
Yeah, if you're playing historical fantasy, medieval fantasy, maps should be seen as valuable items because they were.
If we talk about the real world, maps were so valuable that some companies, like trade companies, couldn't even give them away because these were actually trade secrets. Why would you give your map away?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So, number 3, and again, connect the story of your world to the background of your encounters.
Foreshadowing, foreshadowing. Yes.
Take it from here.
So, in your dungeon, it's not just walls, right? There's art and statues of eldritch things from the forgotten times. Make them count. In cities, there are buildings. Make them count. There are monuments, obelisks, standing stones. All of these things in our world, they don't just grow out the earth. And if they do, that's also super interesting, by the way. They tell a story. There's a story behind each of these. Now, I'm not suggesting that every time a player looks at an obelisk, you're like, let me tell you the story about this obelisk for 5 minutes. What I'm saying is you can use these things to give a seed or a story, to foreshadow mood and tone, and particularly to foreshadow stuff that you want your players to know about later. If there's a random obelisk, well, hey, it's an obelisk of Caeora, the death goddess in your world, because do you know what? She's going to have lost something in 3 episodes from now, and your players are going to have to help find it.
Exactly.
Use them to deliver world building in a subtle and sneaky way, and also take note of what your players are interested in. If they're like, Caeora, the god of war, he sounds cool, tell me more about him. He might be somebody, or a cult of his might be something you want to bring in later. If they're not that bothered, that's fine. That's something you can then choose whether you want to bring it in later again or not. But using the background of your adventures, it's all there. Again, Till's going to be talking about, placing objects later, and Caeora is going to be talking about making amazing points of interest on maps. All of those things are telling the story of your world, whether you want them to or not. So use them to connect to your world and see what your players are asking questions about. And that is how you follow what they are excited about.
And the next one is my favorite one. Split the party.
Split the party? Oh my God. Okay, what's your point here?
Okay, the point is, sometimes in the campaign, in order to create the sense of drama and to give information in a beautiful way, or to create a more a salient connection between the character and another character, or the character and the storyteller or the story, you need to have some time with them alone. This is going to be anything from downtime or interim sessions with your players, but these are great opportunities to enrich the experience of the single player or the player essentially separately. Like when they go out, for example, if somebody's a gambler or they're living on an inn or something like that, they could very easily have an encounter with somebody who are playing essentially a gambling game, and the person who is trying to essentially bet a short will try to embellish the story of the short by telling them a story. That can be a selling point or a solution completely out of nowhere that we're not expecting about a current quest. These kind of little pieces of information, little nuggets of essentially sessions between sessions, can create amazing situations for your players that will surprise the other players as well. So imagine essentially you have played the session and you've chosen that the two of your players went out to, I don't know,
to the pub.
To the pub, exactly.
Right.
Play that encounter, give them information. When they return, next session, nobody would expect to actually something to have happened, but they will have something to say.
Yeah.
And that will be an amazing experience for your players, and they will make them want to know more about your world.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And it will give more weight to those kinds of encounters as well.
Exactly.
So we have, just to recap what we've been talking about, can I find it? Not everything has to be solved by the character sheet. That is to say, by sword to head, right? Make it clear why many of the issues faced cannot be solved, hiding the map, connecting the story of your world to the background of your encounters, even splitting the party. These are ways to engage your players because players want to advance. It's a game at a fundamental level. And there's a very good book called The Well Played Game, incidentally, that talks exactly about this. One of the reasons that we play is to feel a sense of achievement. One of the reasons we feel a sense of achievement is by advancing through the system of the game.
Yeah.
So giving your players different ways to advance that are tied to the lore of your world is going to get your players engaged with your lore, right? Like it's like if this, then that. It gives your players a clear reason to engage. They want to solve the problems that they're facing. They need the lore in order to do that. And again, making sure that you're presenting lore as treasure, making sure you're presenting lore in a way that's memorable through quests is a great way to make that lore valuable. And then splitting the party gives players a chance to shine in other areas. It also gives them a chance to take on different roles, which is another way to engage your players. If you have a player, again, who you feel is sitting a little bit back, give them a chance to be the star. Give them a solo adventure. Give as I've written on the slide, the rogue can become an intellectual when the mage is somewhere else. So give them a chance to explore different roles in their character, and that will make them more engaged as well. And again, you can reward those encounters with knowledge that they can then use to advance the level and plot. It all ties together. So how can we do this on World Anvil?
Well, very simply enough, you should use secrets in articles to make them specific for those that know what they know. There is nothing greater than a player taking to the party about something that anybody else don't have any idea. They have discovered this information. For example, the rogue went away, had a mission by themselves, had a discussion with a noble, they found something very important, and now they're presenting it to the party. They become important even if they don't want to be, because everybody's attention is on what they are about to say to the party, kind of thing.
Absolutely.
Make sure that there is a clear list of known NPCs and the players can refer to, because some people, and sometimes people will just forget the NPCs. Make sure you have a list of them somewhere, for example, in your campaign when it comes to World Anvil, to make sure that they're available and easy to find for your players. Display revelations as progress unlocked, which means effectively that we said do not show all your world. Well, as they progress, unlock articles, show them more. Like when they finish a quest in a city, they know about 2 or 3 more NPCs, they know more information about the pub, and they know about actually the school and its history. Show them that information. It will be a good reminder, and it's building up the world in their heads as well.
Absolutely.
And of course, during the session, keep a list of articles to update and create to refer to. Refer back to the agile building methodology as well for that, but make sure that you keep notes in your session and write them either in text on your computer or clearly, because there is nothing worse than actually writing the notes and then you cannot read them. So make sure you can read them and they make sense.
Yeah, exactly. Keeping track of what you still have to build, keeping track of what you have to update for the players to see, because we all know that our private articles might be somewhat messy, but when we show them to the public, or to our players, we want them to be a little bit neater. So keeping track of your to-do update list, even just adding a few sentences, will make your players feel like they are learning more about the world. They are advancing through the world.
You know that you're doing very well when your players turn and say, oh, I would very much like to learn more about that. Can you create an article or show me the article? That is the sign of success for this kind of thing.
Absolutely. And that takes us beautifully
to
solution number
3.
Become part of the world and be immortalized in its history. That was my most epic voice. That's what I've got.
Good. So first part, show statues and the heroes from before to give your players something to aspire to.
Exactly. So, sorry.
No, please go ahead.
We're both so excited about this. Sorry, guys. We talk a lot about this. We think this stuff is really important. So we get very passionate about it. From the get-go, you want to give your players promises of where they might go. You want to give them aspirational things that they can get excited about. A great way to do that is to introduce statues and legends and stories about who has gone before, who has done the trailblazing in terms of being a hero. This is a great way to show your players what they might become. In the writing world, it's called creating, like making promises.
Yeah.
And essentially that's what you're doing. You're making your heroes promises that if they stick with this campaign, if they do epic things, if they level up and they follow the knowledge of the world and they do things that are worthy of note, they will be remembered. It is character agency made flesh in your world, essentially.
I think there is nothing more awesome for a player than playing a second campaign in a world and going to a city and finding a statue of the previous player.
Of their first character.
Yeah. I'll be like, oh, that is awesome.
I was so cool. People have remembered me. And it really feeds into this idea of immortalizing. So showing them what to aspire to is a great idea to start with. And celebrate your players' achievements.
Throw parties for them. When they return from the quest, don't make it like nothing have changed. Like they've killed the Lich Lord or they have killed the skeletons that were in fact plaguing the village. The village should be super excited about it, okay? Apart from the fact that they will not die anymore, which is very important, I guess, for them. They will also want to thank the players.
Yeah.
And that can be like anything from here you are take a goat to here you are marry my daughter, or we are forever grateful to you. Let us throw you a party, or we don't have enough to throw you a party, but we really must like to give you this essentially ancient whatever this we have kind of thing.
Or what's your party name? The Great Slayers. Today will forever be known as the celebration of the Great Slayers. Guys, you've got a holiday now. It's only a village wide. But whenever they go back to that village,
in the same day,
have them talking, not even in the same day, have people talking about, oh, those are the Slayers. What? The ones from the day of the Slayers Festival? Yes. Do you see what I mean? It's a great way to have your players celebrated. One of the great ways that they do this in Star Wars, for example, is that they have that big medal giving ceremony at the end.
Yeah.
That's one example of what you can do, but you can do it in all sorts of different ways, depending on the level of the achievement, right? If they save an entire kingdom, big festival, marry my daughter, have quarter of my kingdom. If they save a village, maybe it's Party of Slayers Day, right? There are ways to scale it.
And also scale it, exactly.
Absolutely.
So talking about essentially celebrating, public recognition.
Oh yeah.
This is very important because we kind of discussed it already with the previous point, but there is nothing more wrong than a grumpy NPC still being grumpy after they saved him or they saved his village or his daughter.
Yeah.
People change, and you should track it as a game master and make them feel that these relations are changing. Update the articles with information they have told them. Make the NPCs be more forward, more open, more friendly, more happy to share information or to help them. Give them a free repair for the weapons, or even a weapon, or say, you know what, I cannot afford to give you a weapon, but if you bring me the iron, I will make you one.
Right, you get my labor for free.
Exactly. So
yeah, you don't have to have an entire reputation and diplomacy system, although you can.
You should, but that's a different conversation.
Dimitri loves grit in systems. You don't have to go that far, but keeping track of who the party has done a favor and who might be grateful towards them is a great first step towards making sure the party feels that this is another place in which they are leveling up, as it were.
Also, just to bring it on the other side of the coin, don't forget that there will be other parts that were trying to achieve possibly the same thing, and they can become antagonists.
Absolutely.
Or if you essentially do something good for somebody, you might F somebody else. So keep that in mind as well. And finally,
word travels fast in these parts. So this is an expansion of what we've already been talking about in some ways. This is about reputation. If your players do enough big stuff, people will start talking about them. This is a great way to reward your players. And if your players have been doing really spoopy stuff, to give them some consequences in your world. People love to hear and tell stories about themselves. People love to hear and tell stories about epic people. So if your party is hearing their own achievements in the mouths of other people, especially other people who are far away, this is going to be really impactful for them. They're going to understand how much their deeds have had an impact. They're going to get very excited about this, which is exactly what you want. You're building consequences into the fabric of your world.
A good way to do that is an overheard conversation in a tavern that they in fact talk about a quest that the heroes have solved before, and they're hearing about their achievements, possibly even like boosted up, because people like to say stories
exaggerated,
even higher. Exaggerated,
exactly. So and that's how legends are born, right? Like that's how you can make your players start to feel like legends, which is very rewarding and engaging for a lot of players.
Or how fun it would be if a bard sings about them.
Yeah, exactly.
Next thing.
Prophecies is another way to do this, but just a warning on prophecies. Yes, the irony is not lost on me. Make sure that your players don't just sit around waiting for the prophecy to happen. It is a dangerous side effect if prophecies are not handled carefully. Another way to do this is to give a hint at a prophecy and make it come true in an unexpected way.
Yes.
It's a nice way to make your players feel like they are an important part of the world, of the lore of the world, and of the magic and future.
But they don't know everything.
But they don't know everything. So handle with care, but they can be very effective. And finally, the world is alive and it changes. And this is an important thing for us all to remember, because when we create worlds, we tend to think of pinning butterflies to a board, right? Those butterflies should feel alive.
Absolutely. And they have to effectively make sure that when you're visiting, for example, a happy town or currently ravaged by a plague, be very strong images, especially in favorite NPCs are dead or dying. Like, make sure that effectively that the players feel it when changes happen. Absolutely. And they may not affect them, or they may affect them, but they will definitely affect the world around them.
Absolutely. So all of this stuff is really appealing to players, particularly players who want to feel epic, who want to feel like their actions are having an impact on the world. This is super important. So yeah, just like, try this stuff, right? Your players will probably adore it. In terms of World Anvil, what can we do?
Well, update your articles. Once you have updated the articles, let the players know about the changes by dropping a link. These articles should also include details not told by during the session, like give them a bit more information, like the information about the statue, but even more embellished. During the session, write down your seeds. Whenever somebody says something, make sure Guy is the master of seeds, and that's why we have seeds in World Anvil, because Guy told us to put them, and we did put them. Use them wisely, and also keep track of your seeds and revisit them before each session. Remember what is going to happen and what you have said before, because that will help you to drop and grow a story out of nowhere.
Absolutely. So we were going to do a little recap, but instead of that, because we're slightly short on time, I have made a blog post that has a little recap of what we've been talking about. And it's got some homework in it as well. Yay! So if you would like to put into practice some of the stuff we've been talking about today, then check out that blog post. I just released it at blog.worldanvil.com. So you should see it in the featured blogs at the top and also in the list of blogs underneath. It goes into a summary of the things we've been talking about today. We will eventually put the video when it's ready in that blog as well. So you'll be able to recap what we've been talking about. And there is a chance to make your homework. So share a player primer from your campaign in the comments, to share an adventure plot which makes use of in-world mysteries and lore as key plot beats that will help your players advance the story, and also to share a landmark or festival created in honor of your party or a past hero. You can throw all of these into the comments, and why should you? Because we're going to be reviewing them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And give you a budget for it.
Yes. So we will be anyone who answers the homework, we will give you a badge if you do it within a week.
Yeah.
And if anybody would like, we will also give them feedback on some of their articles live on our streams, which go live Thursday, Friday, Saturday at 11 a.m. Pacific and 7 p.m. UK time. So yeah, if you found this useful, I do recommend you check that out. Read over the summary. It's a great way just to cement that knowledge. And again, the homework, it's a great way to make sure that you're taking this knowledge that we're giving you and putting it into practice in a way that you can use directly in your campaign right now or in a future campaign.
There is currently an offer, 40% of any 12-month membership when you write the World Chaos Gone Wild.
Chaos Gone Wild!
And our word for the raffle is primer.
Primer.
The word for our raffle is primer. Now, questions.
Question time. I didn't think we'd make it, but we did exactly. It is question time. Let's have a look at what you've been asking. Ooh, some great questions here. Okay, I do not know who these questions are from, so forgive me for not reading out your usernames. We have a question here. Can this also work for engaging readers in the writing world as well?
Well, some of them will, some of them won't, because the difference between writing world and RPG campaigns is that they're part of interactivity, right? And most of the solutions that are good for that is good for interactivity. But what do you think?
So I would add that players take the role of both a reader and a main character. So I think pretty much all of these solutions that we've presented today can be used in a novel or in a short story. You just have to decide whether you are rewarding the main character and keeping your main character engaged, or whether you're keeping your reader engaged. So it really falls into those two camps. But for players, they are both types of user, right? They're both the main characters of your world, or they should be. And if they're not, you need to ask yourself some questions. And they are the readers, that is to say, the people who are consuming your world in a story form.
Yeah.
So that's what I would say about that.
Next question.
How long should a primer be? Great question.
The primer should not be very long. It should be quite succinct, because the more you give them, the less they're going to read. You have to read about the salient points. Write it almost in like list format, if you may. The more prose you add to it, the harder it will be for your players to assimilate. So write the salient points of your world, expand when you think that it needs expansion, but honestly, it should be a sentence, maybe 3-4 sentences for the most important things of your world, no more.
Absolutely. And just to let those know, the secret word is primer, which is excellent because someone has asked, do you have a good how-to primer video? We have a good how-to primer blog. Because last year, as part of Summer Camp 2020, yes, Summer Camp 2021 is almost here, but as part of Summer Camp 2020, we made a blog post about how to create a primer to engage your players in your world, or to give your readers the pitch of your world. So all of that information is available on our blog as well. If you search primer, you should find it. Or the great Andy may be able to share some links as well. Is it easy for a player to write their recaps in World Anvil? Ooh, World
that's a very
specific
technical question. Yes, it is. You can create journals in your characters, and you can write in your journal in the form of prose if you wish to. I do not. I write more of like lists and information I want. But also, if you want to write prose on the top, you can actually use the secret part of your journal to write all the notes you would like to give as recap to your storyteller. Yes. And then all of them together go into the session, connected to the session recap, and they all sync together for everybody to be able to see.
Yeah, so they're all linked as a single bundle, so you can see their notes if you want to as well.
Yes.
Do you have suggestions for non-XP rewards, especially for milestone campaigns? That is a great question.
Yes, it is a great question. And as we said, rewards can be so during session zeros, you will be, in theory, starting to understand what excites your players. So the rewards you give them should be the things that excite them. If somebody, for example, wants to hump everything in 5 kilometers radius, probably you know what the reward should be for them.
Wow.
Exactly.
Golden underpants.
If somebody wants to become rich, well, give them wealth. If somebody wants to be immortalized, give them a statue. So these are good events and good rewards that can be connected to milestones in order for them to get effectively the experience of success in their life.
Absolutely. Another way to treat reward milestones is, as we were saying before, by unlocking component parts of an overarching mystery.
Yeah.
So, oh my gosh, we've discovered that the big bad is actually insert name here. That is a good piece of milestone information. Oh my gosh, we've discovered that the critical component of the demon rising ceremony is blah. Do you see what I mean? That's another way that you can use information as part of the parcel of milestone rewards to get them feeling like you're giving advancement, as well as giving them golden underpants and a statue and a shiny sword, right? And that has to be player specific and tied to their own goals. Do you correct players if they make incorrect assumptions about your world lore?
No. This is an important thing. The truth of the world is never the truth for the players, or most of the times. Let them have their own ideas. It's a great thing. First of all, you might find that their idea might be better, so you can change your world. But even if you don't want to do that, let them believe it's a fake or a false. Give them, I have very commonly given them lies by NPCs, because you know what?
Not everybody knows everything.
And some people lie on purpose.
Yeah.
So yeah, let them know the wrong thing, and they will find later on, oh my God, possibly it was a mistake.
I have legitimately created NPCs before where if they don't know the answer, they won't admit it, and they would rather just tell a lie. There's all sorts of reasons why people lie. Sometimes they want to be perceived as experts. Sometimes they're generally trying to
con the players,
right?
Yeah.
Exactly, or get them to do their own things. They might be trying to save the players by telling a lie. There's all sorts of reasons, but unreliable narrators, that is NPCs who don't always tell the truth, are really, really useful and can be used very effectively.
Unreliable narrators are Loeb and Bay.
The other thing you can do if you want to disavail them of a misconception, I guess that's the nice way to say it, is to make it cost something. Let them go along with the assumption. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens when they think that the dragon is partial to tea and actually it turns out he's not. He will eat you. They can lead to unexpected encounters. They can lead to interesting conflict if players are going under the assumption. But only do this if it's something the character would also not know.
Yes.
And that's the big divide when we're talking about knowledge. Stuff that is general knowledge that your characters would know, you should disavail them of because the character knows, even if the player doesn't. Stuff that the characters wouldn't necessarily know, that you can use as interesting conflict. And that's how I would do that. Otherwise it feels unfair.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't have to, it's one thing to con them once, but not con them continuously. Con them when it actually is interesting and you see there might be actually something interesting happening from there.
Absolutely. Can you explain adding background to encounters? Asks somebody.
Yes, of course. That's very easy. So an encounter that takes place, for example, in a temple, will have the actual temple. Temples are a great source for encounters or any other thing. Like there will be things hanging from the walls. There will be things on the walls. There might be, for example, blood somewhere. There might be a book. All of those are information which are in the encounter without you having to engage with them. The same thing will happen in a city. Cities are actually beautiful places. Like the change of architecture in a city might give them a point that, you know what, this city was not always who from of those people. Yeah. Like, for example, in Rhodes, you have a beautiful buildings which are made from Greek architects and architects from Venice and things like that. And then the Ottomans come in and suddenly all the buildings actually have carvings of flowers because the Ottomans just made them their own. That by itself is actually a hint on the history of the place.
Absolutely.
And possibly a hint that they should know about.
Yeah, absolutely. And depending on how perceptive your players are, you can make it more obvious. If there's a giant glass building in the center of your city, they're going to be asking questions about it. So the more important it is, the more obvious you should make it, right?
And the more you have trained them to ask questions because they know they will get answers from them, the more they will ask.
Absolutely. Considering how much information you're proposing is within World Anvil, what about the players making their own notes?
Oh my God, yes.
Players should hopefully always be making notes or have excellent memories.
Yes. And I actively engage with my players. And in fact, what I do in the beginning of my sessions, I ask them to do a recap based on their notes because A, they remember what happened. B, they show me at this point the way they talk, what is important to them.
Absolutely.
And C, they progress the story. without them even knowing.
Yeah, totally. So yeah, players making notes, very helpful. If you have players that really hate making notes, that's okay. You can get around it, right? If they really hate making notes, just make sure they do a recap with what they remember. That's canon.
And there's a whole system in World Anvil to keep notes.
Yeah, I use it every session.
Yeah.
Let's just check the time. Oh, we have time for a few more questions. Just to remind you guys, our keyword for the mega raffle is primer.
And that's the last time I heard it.
Could one of the aspirational things for a cleric, for instance, be becoming a saint or a chosen one that ascends?
Yes, and in fact, I think that in Pathfinder mythic characters, there is the path of the how is it called? The bishop or the path of the I can't remember exactly the name, but effectively that's the end. At the end of the thing, you become a saint. Yeah. So obviously, people would like that, and it's a beautiful story. And nobody goes to become a saint, though. They might be becoming a champion of a god and want to effectively like be the greatest on the eyes of their gods, but you know that might lead to them becoming a saint, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. Giving people stronger relationships with important NPCs, such as a god, is a great reward. I actually played an amazing campaign with Caeora where I was playing a paladin, or no, I was playing a cleric, and at one point I did something slightly out of the box, and I heard my god's voice in my head for the first time. For my character, that was an, oh my god, senpai noticed me moment. That was massive for my character, even though all she said was, well done. That was it, right? It doesn't matter. That's a great milestone award. Somebody that big has noticed your itty bitty little level 3 character. That's massive. That's a great milestone. Let's have a look. What do you think about the PCs finding graffiti about themselves? Ooh, love that.
That's a great idea.
That's fantastic.
That is a visual way of, in fact, showing a room. That's a great idea, yeah. And paintings as well, or printed material also can work for these kind of things.
Yeah, absolutely. How would you recommend organizing the species article when they have 2 or 3 forms that are not known to be of the same species, but you want to keep it secret for a while?
Keep it secret. As simple as that.
Yeah, make 3 different articles, 1 for each species, and then later you can add that they're connected.
Yeah, and you can put them as private sub-articles on the species.
Yeah, exactly. Just a little thing somewhere that says this is related to at species, or these 3 are all components of at mother species, right? Yeah. That would be a very easy way to do it, to make your players perceive them as 3 separate things until the lore is revealed. Then you just reveal the lore on World Anvil. Done. Easy peasy. And by the way, that is a great example of using knowledge to show progression. Because you can add, in this time, it was discovered by, insert players' names here, that these 3 species are part of 1 mother species.
And you made them also part of the world.
Just immortalized your players, guys. Congratulations. So you can really use this to up that engagement with your world in a lot of different ways. Just keeping an eye on the time, because I know that there are many other things that are going on.
Do you have questions?
Yeah, we do. Making it clear, with making it clear with the sword to head phenomenon, so essentially making it clear that not all questions can be solved with a character sheet, is it an option just to say that during session 0?
I think that yes. But honestly, it is so easy for you to lead your players even from the session 0 to do that. Like, if you want to say to your players, don't say it. Just make it part of session 0, like the party session 0. Give them the solution for party session 0 to be, in fact, to find something that they will only find if they explore.
Yeah.
And then you have established already, you've made the first step towards establishing that this is a valid way of solving secrets or issues. I do the same thing when I have a campaign that people... the enemies will be overpowered, and I want to say to your players, running away is probably the solution.
It's viable.
Exactly. Yeah. You should not just sit down there and die. Running away is a completely 100% viable as a solution for some things.
Yeah, absolutely. I would also add, in terms of just saying it in session 0, there's a difference between knowing a thing and knowing a thing. Do you know what I mean? Like, you can know that your GM said this way back in session 0, but now you're in session 15, and do you know what? I've got a sword, he's got a head, let's go. It is a good thing to keep reinforcing this behavior in your players, if that's what you want, because it's going to keep them doing that of their own volition. It's going to make your life easier. It's going to make their life easier. Everyone knows what to expect because that is how the patterns have been set up within the game. It's this sort of unspoken rule. So by all means, mention it to your players. Don't expect them to remember unless you enforce it. Don't pull it out the hat in session 15 and say, but I told you in session 0 that it was going to be like this. They won't remember unless they have had to keep doing it because you're playing once a week or so, right? One final question. Is there a place to get the slideshow we've presented?
Not right now, but I can export it in PDF and put it in the
blog
article.
post. Exactly. So I would add that right now you can find that homework blog where you can go over the basics of what we've been talking about. You can also read the homework topics that we have suggested, which are a great way to put this knowledge immediately into practice. It's a really, really good way to learn and use it directly. That's what we're all about, right? Practical solutions that you can do things with. And yeah, that's where you can get the slideshow.
Thank you so very much, guys, for being here. I hope this was helpful. You should really stick out because the next things that we're going to see are amazing.
Gosh. Yeah, so next is Dungeon Fog, right? Talking about making amazing battle maps.
So enjoy the rest of the time and we'll see you at the end of the whole thing.
Yeah, just remember there's that Cows Gone Wild code if you would like to get yourself a World Anvil membership, and we'll see you soon. Bye!
Bye!
Hello and welcome everyone. So, I'm Till, I'm from Dungeon Fork. You just saw my beloved dog Finn sleeping at the couch. And he just went out, so maybe I will have to let him in a minute. I'm here to talk to you today about how to not create boring battle maps. And I think that is a goal that we all have for the battle maps we make. When we sit down and we create our battle maps, we want to have our players be engaged. And I'm going to show you a few simple tricks how you can turn your maps into engaging, exciting, immersive battle maps quite easily. So let's get this started. Let me quickly switch my screen. Basically, let me start with a quote that I sometimes hear, I often hear, and that is, oops, sorry, wrong button. And that is, battle maps don't need to be pretty, they just work as a combat reference. You might guess that this is a statement that is actually not wrong. It's just only, to my beliefs, only half of the story. Because if you think, I would say a comparison would be if someone would say to me, well, food doesn't have to taste good, it just needs to fill my stomach. So to create engaging battle maps, I think we all know the problem that we're probably running out of time. We want to prep for our session and we're like, oh no, let me just quickly click together a simple map. And we're keeping it to the minimum of what the map could be. And I think I've seen quite a lot of maps that look like that, and I think that is a waste, a shame, because it's only so little additional steps to turn this map into something much more so easily in Dungeon Fork. And today we're going to look at how to make that happen. Because keep in mind that engaging battle maps, they can also create atmosphere. So you're bringing them to the table not only to create a combat reference, but also to set the scene of whatever is happening. Most likely it's going to be combat, but we're going to talk about whether or not to use a battle map for combat situations only. We're going to talk about that at the end. You can use it to tell a story, so the map itself can contain story elements that you as a GM don't necessarily tell your players, but you give them the map and you invite them to explore the map, and they will discover secrets or things just by looking at the map that you have created. Which means a good battle map will invite players to explore, because if the battle map is looking interesting and engaging, they will most likely start to ask questions about the things that you've put on the map. And I'm much more happy about questions like, ooh, is that a hidden chest in the corner? Than the question that would be like, that blob that you put on your grip paper, is that a chest, a chair, or an enemy? So a good battle map invites your players to explore the map, and it inspires them to think out of the box. Because whatever you put on your battle map might be useful for them to, yeah, as I just said, think out of the box, come up with new solutions. And I believe that going back to the previous map, there isn't much they would think about. They see the chest, they see some crumbled rocks, which probably are described as, this is the collapsed remains of a jungle ruin, and that's it. But they wouldn't start to think using things that they can find in the rooms in there. So inspiring your players to think out of the box is something you can also achieve by creating a nicely looking battle map. So this would be the map after I have reworked it. And in our session today, we will be doing exactly that. We will be looking at that. So now my dog is scratching at the door, and I will quickly let him in. Yep. And I'm back, and go up here. So the idea is that we're using 4 basic steps to up the game of our map simply by following those little instructions, and we're going to do them together using Dungeon Fog. So if you would like to, you can open your Dungeon Fog account and just work along with me, clicking together a map like this here is quite simple, just place down a few rooms. The decorational part is then something where I will show you how I would do it, and we will talk about the tips and tricks and the mechanics to make it work. Just to sum it up, the basic idea is that you already have what you have always been doing. You've clicked together your map, and you're quite happy with the map, but now you want to put the little wow effect on it. And all you need to do is think about those 4 tools. It's brushes, shapes, templates, and lighting. Now I've been talking about 5 steps, and the 5th step actually has nothing to do with the map making process itself, but is something that I personally learned through the Masters of the Tools contest that we had on Dungeon Fog, and that is a really nice trick that Ava, I think the silver winner of the Masters of the Tools contest, used on their map, and that is describe rooms by sensoric impressions. And using smell, sound, or temperature descriptions in addition to the room makes it much more interesting than just describing the containments, things that are inside. Because you're drawing a map, so it is kind of repetitive to describe that there is a table in there when people can see that there is a table in there. So instead, when you're doing a nicely looking map, instead of describing the room by describing the contents, focus on the sensoric things that your players should imagine. How is it smelling? How is the room smelling? And use quite easy references like the smell of vinegar, old cheese, and pepper. I think when you hear that, you automatically have an idea of what that room could be if it smells of vinegar, old cheese, and pepper. What do you hear in there? What sounds is that room creating? So use something like that. What's the temperature? Is it humid in there? Is it cold? Is there a soft breeze going through there? Is it hot and wet, or is it more like a dry heat? All those things can help your players to immerse into the map because you've drawn the stuff there, but now you want to give them some additional emotions on how they are experiencing that room when they enter it. All right, so let's go into that. Let's start with the madness, which is, by the way, also our secret phrase for the raffle today. So if you're looking for our secret phrase, it is going to be mapness. Okie doke. Let me quickly switch to where's my map? There is my map. Here we go. So I've prepped the map in Dungeon Fog, and we can see it is absolutely, it's the bare minimum. It's let's call them, it's the bone structure of the map that could be our amazing little thing that we want to create. And as I said before, it's 4 steps. It's brushes, shapes, templates, and lighting. And that's all you need to do. So if you're clicking together your map quickly and you're like, oh, I'm done with it, I would say that following the instructions, what we are doing right now, adds 30 minutes to the map creation process, and you have something completely different that will wow your players, that will amaze them, and that will drag them into the experience. So, brushes. The brush tool you can find here. It's our little brush paint icon. And when you click on that, you get several settings for your brush tools, but you can basically stick with the defaults when you want to brush onto your maps. The important part is you get this little brush preview, like the brush tip preview. And using Control-Shift, you can, with the mouse wheel, you can make that bigger or smaller to whatever you like. I would recommend, after you have done your rooms, do the brushes next. I struggle with that. I often forget about it, but it makes your life much easier because in the way that Dungeon Fog is sorting stuff, it sorts from whatever is created is on top. So if you start with the brushes, they will be the first thing after the floor within the room or within the map, and you don't have to resort them afterwards. Okay, so when you start with the brushes, you have the tip size, you have the tip type, so you could do square brushes or you could do round brushes. You could go for a snap to grid if you need to follow a very straight path. And now you can pick your brush texture. And for the outside, I have some very simple rules. And that is, let me quickly, I've prepped something in my collections here, jungle inside and outside. So I've created a little collection of assets already, of textures already, so that I don't have to search them. The rules are, for me, the rules are usually, there are parts that are grown, like overgrown. They are usually next to foliage, trees, stuff that is kind of dense and gives the feeling that it is not dried. And then there are areas that are mostly where the sun can shine on. They will be more dried. So I'm going to use more dry brushes on open areas, and I'm going to use more greenish, lively brushes on areas that are overgrown by tree props or bush props or shrubberies. So going for those trees here, I would use my brush. Let me quickly check the size. It's 100%. When I'm working with brushes, I tend to increase the brush size a little bit because that works against the pattern that can form out of a seamless tiling. So I usually go somewhere around 100 to, let's say, 160%. And now all I need to do is I need just to place my brushes here. The reason they automatically appear beneath my trees was because I was clever enough to set those trees above walls beforehand. So they're always on top. They will be above walls. They will be above everything. All right. So now I have that, and we can play around with the softness scale a little bit. So we can make it softer and probably less visible. And the good thing about the brush tool in Dungeon Fog is that it works as you can create separate brushes all the time, or you can use specific brush layers. So I'm going to stick with that brush texture to a layer, and I'm going to add the texture wherever I need it, and it will remain part of that single brush layer. And that's by simply selecting the brush and clicking Edit. And now I can go and I can say, okay, I need some more of that here, and maybe something in the corners here. Let's say, because where's the light coming from? I think I've put my light source here. So I would say that this is an area that is also being overgrown quite heavily and with the shadows. So there's hardly any direct light source here. So let me add that. And maybe just for the sake of it, let's continue to the house here. And I have created my first brush layer, and I'm happy with that. So I'm going to finish the brush now. And now I'm going to create a new brush, and I'm going to use the, let's go back to the collections. Let me see. the correct dry soil. How is that going to look? What is you're still at 100? Nope, you need to be at 160%. So I think that is quite heavy. So we need to reduce it and make it much softer. There you go. So this is just for highlighting. So I think there needs to be a little highlight. And let me add some highlighting here and here. I'm still not happy. If I look at that, it's still very intense. So I might go in there and decide that I would like to use something else. I'm just cycling through that one. That one looks quite nice, but I need to increase the scaling to 100. And well, let's try even more. Let's try 200. Oh, 2000 is too much. 200%. Okay, that looks much better. And I would still say that the opacity can go a little bit down. Okay, now when you remember the original map that I've shown you in the PowerPoint slide beforehand, I've created something like an old pathway here instead of this. Let me remove this. I want to have something like an old road that is running along the bottom of the map. And I'm going to do this by now using the square brush tool, the square brush tip. And I'm going to get the aged stone tiles from my collection. And maybe I will do snap to grid here, make it a little bit bigger. Oh, there you go. And let's scale this up. No, wait. That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to do 300%. Oh, that's too much. 200% might be exactly what I'm looking for. So because this is an old road, things are already kind of growing away, overgrowing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to lighten this a little bit. Let's make this a little bit lighter on the texture. We are going to reduce the opacity a little bit so that it blends with the rest. And now we're going to edit that brush. And because while we are in the edit mode, you can see that you have those operations up here where you can subtract stuff. I don't need the snap to grid for that. So I'm going to subtract bits and pieces of that road. And I think that was too much. Let me bring back a little bit of that here. So what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to create some kind of an organic shape that looks like it has been slowly overtaken by nature. Right, okay, so brushes usually work that way, that we say, okay, we want to create a nice transition between the outside and the inside. Now, because the inside of my room is made out of this grouted stonework, the grouted stonework is not going to bleed out of that room, because why would it? But nature is going to bleed into that room. So all I need to do is I create a new brush here, and now I'm going to brush inside the room. And the easiest way to get the right texture is by using my pipette and pick up the necessary texture that I need. And now I can add it to here, and to here. Is there anything else where nature could bleed into? No, I would say there is not. However, we are going to use some other brushes in here later to give the room the final touches. All right, So that is basically all you need to do. And if we look at our clock, I think we've spent about 10 minutes on adding brushes. And that's mainly because I was explaining how those brushes work. So if you picture that you pick up your brush tool yourself for your map, it is a question of minutes to add some nice details through brushing onto your map. The next thing I was talking about was shapes. I personally love the shapes tool. I think it's a highly unappreciated tool. I don't see it being used quite often. I see amazing maps that use it, but I think for what we can achieve with the shapes tool, it has been ignored, I think, quite often. So what the shapes tool can do is, with the shapes tool, you can draw additional layers of elevation, for example. So let's pick up this texture here, and let's start with it in the center of the room. First of all, let's get some space here. So we are going to add a shape here. And as you can see, the second I place down the shape, I already see that it is kind of elevated. It's dropping a shadow. I have controls over that. So I can go in here and I can say it has an inner shadow instead of an outer shadow. And suddenly it would look like it is indented into the ground. We don't want to do that. We want to use the outline that's active already and the outer shadow. And now we want to create some kind of elevation here. So what I like to do is I just duplicate that, make it a little bit smaller, place it again, duplicate, make it a little bit smaller. By the way, if you don't know how I duplicate, I just press Ctrl D, which is the short key for duplicating selected objects. Now I have that, and it looks like some kind of pedestal or amphory that is standing here. But what we're going to do with that is, first of all, we're going to make our life much easier if we go into the levels and we go into our content, which is that content here, and we group it. So we're creating a little group that is called elevation, and we drop those 3 things in here, because now I have a group that I can select and I can manipulate the whole group instead of manipulating each single object. So because the way that rooms work in Dungeon Fog, which means that this is a room and everything contained in that room will be rendered as part of the room. But if it would try to leave the room, as you can see, it would stop being rendered. So I can use that, and I can bring this up here and place it there. And you can already see that it suddenly looks like it is a flight of stairs leading upwards into the next area. And we can emphasize a little bit on that. Because if we pick the ground texture and we make the ground texture, let's say -20 in darkness, and we pick up the next flight of stairs here, and we colorize that by -10 on the lightness, it already starts to blend. I think the -20 is too much. I think we can go on -15. So now it is already looking like it is from darker to lighter. It is a visual cue that it is leading upwards. And I'm not happy with, so the next thing what we can do is we can emphasize on the highness. My dog decided to leave the room now and is complaining. Give me a second. All right. To emphasize on the height here, what we can also do is we can go in and make the texture a little bit bigger. So we can go from scaling of 150 to 180 on that one. And then we go for this room and this connecting, this one, we go up to 200%. So it's 200 here. which means it's going to be 200 here as well. Okay, so now we have even increased that emphasization here. And I think for that one, I'm quite happy with that actually. I think we could possibly increase the softness more. Now it blends better. That is nice. Okay, so that is what we can do with the Shapes tool. And just to finish it, I will just duplicate it, Control D, place it here. So now I have the same flight of stairs here. And I can do a lot of things with shapes. For example, if I want to use my freehand shape tool, I can start to add cracks into that ground. I can go in here, and with the freehand tool, I don't need Snap to Grid for that. I'm going to quickly draw a crack here, and that one now needs to be switched to inner shadow. And the texture can become quite dark because we want to have the impression that this is somewhere beneath, so the floor could collapse. So which means the scaling of the texture can also go down to 50% because it's further down. So now I have a crack here, and I can duplicate that and make another crack here. And again, it was a very quick solution to making that work. Which brings me to step number 3, which is templates. So it's one of the newer features in Dungeon Fog, and I have started to use it quite heavily because I think it's an amazing way to reuse things that I have already done in other maps, or to create things from where I know that I'm going to reuse them eventually. And that is, you can create room templates or prop templates, and they will stay available throughout the whole account. And very soon, it will also be something that you can publicly share with your friends or with the community, where you can say, oh, I've made those amazing little prop templates or room templates. Why not explore them, take them, and use them in your game or in your map? So for me, just to give you a very, very quick rundown of how that works. So if you want to create something like a prop template, I think we can already use one of those stairs, but we're going to create something else. And we're going to use from the flavor, no, let me close the sci-fi and the Victorian. From the flavor, jungle, where are you? Here you go. We're going to create a little archway ruin like this. We're just placing it. We're putting some vines on top of that so that we have something that looks like it's overgrown already. We are also going to add a little bit of rubble here. And we are finally, let me just quickly see if I can find something nice. I want to have plants. That's perfect. And we're going to add to the outside. Let's put it to the outside. Some plants. Okay, so now I have this. I've just clicked together a small collection. And the second I go in there and I group them up and I call them corner ruins. I have, nope, that's the wrong one. I have the corner ruins, the column vines, the overgrown rubble from here, and the plants. I have them now in this little group here. So if I start moving that around, it's a group thing. But now selecting the group gives me the option to create a prop template. And once I click on the prop template, it says, it takes the name of the folder, it says corner ruins, and I say, yeah, let me put that in my, jungle. I think I already have prop jungle category, and let's tag that with overgrown, create. And now, from now on, this is available throughout my whole account on all the maps I'm going to create. It is going to be available in my template selection of the prop tool. Here you can see it, Corner Ruins. So what you can do with that is you can take that, and I think, let me just quickly make sure that I need them to be above walls, all of them. So they need to be above walls, they need to be above walls, they need to be above walls, and they already are. There you go. So I think I have to create another one. I'm going to name this above walls, prop jungle, text overgrown. Okie doke. So now I can, because now I can place them above walls. That's what I wanted to do. So I'm going in my template section. I have the above walls. There you go. And now I can place them wherever I like. Let me put some here. 2, 1, 2. I think there should be 1, 3. I want this to be mirrored, so we're going to take this and flip horizontally. Okay. And now we're going to just shift those a little bit around. There you go. What about you? Oh, no, undo, Control Z. I wanted to have the whole group. Let me place that outside. Okay. And I think we should then put something on top here so that it should be, well, that's fine. There you go. Okay. Right. So that is using the template system. And as you can see, I have already prepared some other templates, like for example, the palm trees. So I can go in there and I can just quickly place down a complete set of additional trees to spice up the area here. Make it a little bit smaller. So once you start using the prop templates, you will see that it is a huge time saver. The rotten tree, there you go. I have a little combination, and when I select it, you will see that it is a combination of brushes, props. You could even combine brushes, shapes, props, all that stuff. And it is already preset, so I can put it here. And I can still change things up a little bit. So I could say, no, make that look like this here. Okay. There you go. We're pretty fast. So let's work a little bit with the rooms in here, because we have all those amazing brushes here outside, and then inside we haven't really brushed anything there. So what we can either do is we can create another brush, which, let me see how that one looks. Looks quite nice, but it needs to be much softer and much less visible. And maybe, no, I think that's fine. So even brushes, you can decide whether or not they are beneath or above an object. In my case, because it was the last thing I've added, it is going to be above the object. It could be even above walls if I wanted to, so I could place that over some walls as well, which I actually don't want to do. Or I stand corrected, which I want to do because that allows me to ignore room restrictions. So I'm going to make it a little bit smaller. I'm going to add a little bit here. Okie doke. And now it's above walls. So I can use the same shape and go in and make it from here. It's going to a little bit from here, there, and it's going to bleed over here and then it might even create some kind of rotten effect here. Okay, there you go. One, although it needs to be much less visible. Yeah, that's better. Okay, so using that already helped me to add some more flavor to the rooms. They don't have to be fully decorated, or not every room needs to be fully decorated. Adding some brushes, and my favorite trick, I know people who are watching my streams already know what's coming, is to use something like wet spots. I'm usually using the blood stain for that. So in fantasy, we have the puddle of blood, and I'm going to add it here. And I'm going to make it black. It doesn't need to drop a shadow, but it is very, very, very slight. So I'm going to add one here. Let's say we have one that is bleeding from here to here and here. And if I remember correctly from the other map, I had something else, and that was more vines. And I was using the rubble vines to kind of create the impression that nature has already claimed those ruins, but we're using them merely as something to add as a flavor to the map. Oh, let's make you above walls. So we're going to reduce the opacity quite drastically. Okie doke. I think that's quite good. So let's go to the next step, the fourth step, and that is lighting. Dungeon Fog has, I believe, quite a versatile lighting system that you can utilize. I just remembered that I wanted to add one more prop because that will look cool when we are using the lighting. And that is in my templates, and that's this, this thingy here, and it was sitting somewhere here. Okay. And again, this is a combination of several different assets that I threw together to create this little trickster god statue for my Tomb of Annihilation schemes. So the lighting system is being maintained and managed here under the light tab. Here you get the options to control the stage light and the room light. So if I would ramp that up, oh wait, I need to hide. I had this active. So if I ramp this down and if I ramp this down, you will see that it is controlling the general light area, like an ambient light here. So I usually go for something like 50% and 50% because I want my players to, if the map gets too dark, depending on where you play, like with a projector or on a TV table or even printed, it might get too dark. So don't go too dark on everything. Now, apparently I already have a light source here somewhere because it is already casting light. Let me quickly find that. There you go. I have a light source here, and let me quickly erase that for now because we wanted to start without any light sources and we want to add them now. Anything can be a light source. So it's up to you to decide whether or not you want to create a specific prop that is representing the light source, or if you want to turn an existing prop into a light source. So for example, I could take this, place it here, and once selected and the light source tab active, I can just say, you are a light source now. So this rock is now emitting light, and I have my control. So I can say, what is the range of this light source? If I go crazy and I say 25, it's going to be a very bright light that is going to shine over 25 squares. And you can already see that walls are blocking light. So I can already create something like a shadow effect by just using this one single light source here. I can also colorize it. So I could go and say, okay, I want to be in a very like a warm color, but less intense. Okay. And if I don't like the rock to be visible as a light source, I can make it invisible. So I can just hide the prop, but the light source will remain active. And that's what we're going to do to duplicate that little glowing rock in here. Adding another light source. Now that is way too much for a room. So let's bring this down to 5 or probably 8. There you go. Now we have a little bit of light shining out, depending on whether or not you want to do. I actually don't want that to happen. Let's make it 5 or 6. And now we're going to place one here as well. And as you can see, if the doors are set to transparent, they already shine through. So let me just turn this around because well, that was stupid. Now I can't remember what my light source was, content. This one. Let's move it here. So we have a little bit of light coming from that room. And that's basically it. Like that is the whole summary of those 4 steps. And the 5th again would be then to go into your room nodes and label that room as, I think this was room number 6. Let's give it some nice typo here and label. So let's move it here and now give it a description that adds sensoric information, like smells like, well, I know the smell because Finn was apparently playing with water outside. Smells like wet dog. And rotten wood. A light breeze is coming from beneath the floor tiles. Okay, so now I have my notes for that. And the final thing, if you want to add any final touch to that map, is you can look at the color options here. So I could play around with the contrast or the brightness. I think I'm not going to do any of those, but I will look at a nice vibrance filter. And now it has a little bit more vibrant colors added to this. All right. Summing up, I think we've been talking about from the presentation to the map making. I think it was something about 35 minutes that we've been spending on this. So if you have a map like that, if you follow those instructions, it's probably adding somewhere around 15 to 30 minutes to map prep to you, but at the end you will have a map that is wowing your players. And it's those 4 simple steps: adding brushes, adding shapes, working with templates, and working with light systems. And that's it. So this was this part. And now a quick reminder. What you've been experiencing was the mapness with Till, and mapness is madness is our safe word. Madness is the code word for the raffle. So don't forget about that. And now it's questions time. And for that, I actually need to bring up my questions. Okay. Let me work through the questions here. Questions: will this work for tabletop battle maps? I assume that you mean something like Warhammer, for example. I know that people have been using this for Warhammer. If you're talking about virtual tabletops, we are supporting Foundry, so you can export those maps to Foundry, and you can export all those maps to images like PNG, JPEG, even PDF. So I think you're being quite covered there. The next question is Dungeon Fog only used to make buildings, or can you make cities or whole countries and continents? So what you're currently looking at is the online battle map editor, and that is mainly, I've seen people doing cities with the online battle map editor, but there is a different project in the making. Hi dog. That is called Project Deus. Project Deus is a desktop application that will not only allow you to draw battle maps, but world maps, city maps, space maps. I think there was more, but I can't remember right now. So it's going to be like an all-in-one map-making software. This is in the making. We're currently about to leave our technical alpha, which means that the software development for Project Deus is most likely going to be another 1 or 1.5 years until the software is finished. But if you're interested and if you want to be someone who's like early access supporter, there are ways to get early access to Project Deus already. Although I highly recommend, think about that. It is for testers. We're not Steam early access where it's almost finished. We're really technical alpha early access where we are slowly starting to build first tools into that. But yeah, Project Deus is going to be the one where you can really do cities, region maps, world maps, or even space maps. And the battle map editor will be there as well. I've been looking for something I can make a proper floor plan with. Yeah, happy to have the opportunity to show you Dungeon Fog. I think it is quite a versatile tool. I can only recommend looking at our tutorial videos and our weekly map streams, because there you can learn all the tips and tricks on how to create those maps. If you join our Discord community, they are amazingly helpful, friendly, forthcoming, and they always share maps around, because you can make maps public so people can clone them. You don't have to do every map yourself. You can take maps from other users if they are sharing those maps with you. How can I make larger maps in Dungeon Fog? For example, I want to make a map like the one in the demo, except for about 20 of those buildings and rooms. Okay, again, I think this is going to be much easier once the desktop application is out, because the online battle map editor is still online, which means the way that processing and resources and rendering are addressed is through the browser, who has some limits to it. But I know, and I have seen maps in Dungeon Fog where the general size is probably 250 by 250 squares. But it needs a good machine to render those maps. So I think my recommendation would be to stay somewhere around 80 by 80 grid spaces. That is where Dungeon Fog is still capable of rendering without any problems. And if you want to go bigger, then maybe wait for Project Deus to be released. What are some important things to keep in mind when designing for maps to facilitate interesting gameplay? Well, I think that's a great question. I would say you want to create, it's still going to be a battle map, most likely, which means that you want to create an interesting arena for whatever combat is going to happen. And this is not just making a pretty stage and they basically just fight over the stage. It's also putting obstacles in there, like, for example, collapsing floor, or elevated, raised terrain, lowered terrain, difficult terrain, things that can change the map throughout the process of the combat, where, for example, some parts of the building collapse and and they're trapped in there. Or lava is beneath the floor, and once the big boss shatters the earth, it collapses and you have a streak of lava running through. So creating an interesting map is mainly about knowing what the combat is that you're planning for and how you can make the map part of that combat. I even think that a map can affect the challenge rating of a monster. Like if you change the map too drastically, you will change the challenge rating of a monster. And that is something that you can play with, where you think like, okay, the monster isn't that difficult, but if I make the map quite challenging, that will affect the challenge rating of the monster itself. Is there a way to see down a pit or a huge crack in the floor? You mean like, can I actually create a map beneath and look down? So you can create a map beneath, and there are currently, I would say, more like hacks to make that work. But we are aware of that request. It has been heavily requested on Dungeon Fog quite often, which means that there is going to be a way to have like windows from an upper area into a lower area. Is there a way to have an item partially out of another item, like for example the sword in the stone? No, at least you can put brushes over items. So I could go and I could say that this here is partially burrowed in the ground by adding brushes on top of that, and then working with the shadows. Let me just quickly hide that. Masking for props is not there yet, so you would have to create the stone, add sword on top of it, and then brush as good as you can away the details that are missing. But masking is again something that we already have on our radar. Let me see. There was a question regarding the light source. What is the unit for the light source range? Is it real world unit or squares? It is squares at the moment. So we're counting in squares, which means that however you have defined a square, is it 5 feet, is it 10 feet? That would be the transition into real world units. The light source itself is defined by squares. Will there be a native iPad version? I would love to use this on an iPad. To be honest, there are no plans at the moment for this because it is as a browser. You can try it. You can try and run it in the browser on the iPad, and you will see that it is very limited in performance because iPads are not their graphic processing capabilities are not that big. But technology changes, iPads change. Newer iPad versions will probably be a lot better in rendering. So it's not a definitely no forever. It's just not in the near future. How did you run? So what is the equipment used for this demo? How did you run Dungeon Fog and on what? Interesting question. It is, I'm running it on a Razer MacBook, on a Razer laptop. I have no idea which one. But it has, at least I know that it is ramped up to 32 gigabyte RAM. It's quite a sophisticated, it's a gaming laptop basically, because I'm doing a lot of graphic design for the company, and also I'm doing a lot of maps. So the recommendation, you can find our system recommendations in the Dungeon Fog help desk, but generally speaking, it is a graphic software, Dungeon Fog, that you're using. So you should be prepared that it is having some system requirements that resemble Affinity or GIMP or Photoshop to really, make the software shine. Okay, I think I'm going to pick one last question. Let me scroll down. Oh, Jesus, you've had a lot of questions here. Scrolling through the questions. How would you, oh, interesting one. How would you make a translucent force field that would shrink over time? Wow. Okay, so if you want to do a translucent force field that shrinks over time, I think what you can do is you can go either for a specific prop, like we have some of those globes, glowing globes, that you could use as a prop. So let me see if I can find it quickly, because we are 4 minutes until the show ends here, at least my part of the show. Globe. Sci-fi. Lit globe. So I could use this one, place it here, and then make it translucent. And then just by using the scaling, shrink it over time. If it is something like a wall, think about adding, like working with lighting here, and add some interesting light sources to that. Another option would be to try something like, go away. Okay. Like a brush, and just working with interesting textures. Let's see, I think I could use, oh, let's try that one. So this could be my force field, and now we're going to recolor it to make it look interesting, like a force field. What's a good color for a force? Blue. I think blue is a good color for a force field. Okay. And let's make it brighter above walls so that we can see it. And again, work with opacity. And now if I would be adding more light sources to that, I probably could make it work as a glowing thing. However, I would love to show you, I would love to play around with that even more, but there is an amazing panel coming up from Guy, How to Be a Great GM, is going to talk about events and triggers versus prepping. And I'm going to watch that quite thoroughly because I'm someone who's constantly over prepping. And I think this is going to be very, very helpful for me, and I can highly recommend that. So make sure that you stay around. There's going to be another break. And after the break, you will have the amazing Guy talk about events and triggers. From my side, I say thank you very much, everyone. It was amazing. I had a lot of fun. Our secret keyword for the raffle is mapness. Don't forget that. And I will see you at the end in the final panel talk with everyone else. Until then, I say thank you and see you later.
Alrighty. Are you guys ready to talk about how badly my slide presentation is laid out? Yeah. Epic fail is all that I have to say. Okay, hopefully you can hear me. I see I'm a little bit loud. I'm going to drop that volume just a touch. Bear with me, folks. Okay, so we're talking about events and triggers, how to be a great GM, and there's my website, www.greatgamemaster.com. So we're talking about events and triggers and how you don't ever have to plan ever again, aside from literally one little thing. And if you can get that one little thing right, then you are going to be golden. Hopefully. I'm going to take the next 45 minutes or so to explain how this whole thing works, and I have made slides. Now, before we go too much further, a few little things. Remember, if you are going to be asking the questions, please put the word question in caps lock. Put the word question in caps lock into the chat. I do have the wonderful, I believe, Till, who gave us that awesome insight into how he builds his maps. I've got him looking for those questions. If you put the word question in front, that would be absolutely fantastic. Okay. Now, we are streaming both to Twitch and to YouTube. So if you're watching on Twitch, please bear in mind that the entire VOD of this broadcast, all 6 glorious hours of it, will be available on my YouTube channel. That's youtube.com/howtobeagreatgm for the foreseeable future. And you will also be able to get these videos on each of our own YouTube videos later on in the next week once we've cut them up and uploaded them. So if you want to watch them again, please check that out. Right. So with that said, we are doing a very special, because we don't often do specials, where if you use this word, if you use that code on our website, anything you purchase will be 20% off this weekend only. Okay, so there you go. It's a double special. So Cows Gone Wild, use it on our website to purchase anything that you so desire. That's obviously on our website, and you'll get 20% off. All right, now that is not my keyword, by the way. That is not my keyword. That keyword is going to come up in a little bit. All right, let's get on with it. Right, enough talking from me. Let's move on, and I'm going to make sure I'm in the right window here because I'm running the whole stream. So, right, let's talk about what is an event. What is an event? Now, I would love this to be interactive. And I'm going to ask you some questions, so you've got to type in really, really quickly because we don't have a lot of time, okay? So what is an event? An event is something that is out of the ordinary. It happens, and it sets in motion a series of actions and reactions. Okay, that's what's really, really important to bear in mind when we're talking about events, is it is a thing that is out of the ordinary. If it is the ordinary, it isn't an event, it's a happening. The milkman delivering milk every morning is a happening, okay? It doesn't trigger anything, it doesn't cause anything to happen, it doesn't lead to further complications. The milkman not delivering milk, well, now that is an event because he should have. And that's going to lead us on to a whole lot of things with reference to role-playing specifically, okay? So when we talk about an event, what event, if you think about it, caused the entire Lord of the Rings books, the trilogy, to actually kick off? And it wasn't Smeagol stealing the ring from Deagle or whatever his name was. What, as far as the books are concerned, so we're not talking about the films, right? And we're not talking about the remake of Amazon's films, which are the most expensive thing ever produced. I mean, isn't that insane? It's not what Shadowstar said, family issues. It was actually the exact opposite of family issues, as a matter of fact. So what was the event that launched Lord of the Rings? The Ring was forged. Well, that launched an even bigger story that we're talking about. Yeah, so what actually launched it? Not Morgoth busy forging the ring. You're absolutely right. That was the first stage kind of stuff. I mean, that's Silmarillion. That's deep, dark territory, okay? World Keymaster got it. World Keymaster got it. Look at that. The key event within Lord of the Rings that kicked off the entire thing was Bilbo leaving the ring to Frodo. That is the key event that happened. Okay, and we're going to explore what would happen if it didn't happen. Okay, now a lot of you have got amazing Lord of the Rings knowledge here, but I'm talking specifically about the book Lord of the Rings. So if you were playing Lord of the Rings as a character, when the character was given this ring in a little envelope because your uncle just disappeared, that is what launched the thing. That was the unusual event, the giving of the ring to Frodo. Now, we know why it's unusual for a whole bunch of reasons, but we don't have time to get into those right now. All right, let's look at another one. What was the key event that triggered the entire Star Wars... What the hell is the word for 9? Ninology? That's not the right word. What's 9 in Latin? I don't know because I don't speak Latin. But anyway, the entire series of Star Wars, although they are thinking of axing the last 3 that were produced by Kathleen Kennedy because they were so bad, but whatever. The original 3, Star Wars A New Hope, what was the event that caused the entire film to happen and involved our protagonists? Because I think some of you are now twigging as to what an event specifically is. Luke's parents dying was not it. There we go. Who put it into the chat? Oh my goodness, it's moving so quickly. Lazarus put it into chat. Princess Leia being captured. That was the event. Why was it the event? Because Princess Leia sent the plans of the Death Star to Tatooine. Again, we're going to come to what happens when we remove that. But I think you can pretty much understand what's going to happen, okay? Now, Barry Saxey asked a very good question. It's a very, very good question. When we're talking about Star Wars, we're talking about Star Wars A New Hope, which is episode number 3, which was made in 1977. We're not talking about Phantom Menace, and we're not talking about whatever the last 3 were that J.J. Abrams made. We're talking about the original Star Wars, all right? Because I'm old and I like the original 3. Right, so the event that kicked off everything was Leia being forced to get rid of those plans. Okay, now why is that important? Well, let's have a look. If we remove that event, so from Lord of the Rings, if Bilbo keeps the ring and he doesn't necessarily go to Mordor. Maybe Gandalf goes off and researches that it is the One Ring, but at the same time, if Bilbo just kept it, there ain't no Frodo, there's no Sam Gamgee. So would Bilbo have made it all the way to Mordor on his own? I don't think. I would think he would have stayed in the Shire, or he would have gone to the elves and he would have given the ring to Elrond, or he would have done this, or something would have happened. Okay, but not what we eventually realized was going to happen. With Star Wars: A New Hope, let's say that the rebels just get the data, they launch their attack. But because there isn't an integral piece that the event included, there is no Luke, they don't destroy the first Death Star. And as a result, they get destroyed because the trap of the Emperors has worked and peace continues in the galaxy. Because that's ultimately what the Emperor was all about, right? I mean, kind of, sort of, roughly, whatever. Anyway. So when we look at these events, we go, okay, so events are absolutely critical in terms of launching our adventures. As a matter of fact, it is only the first event that you have to plan for. But an event doesn't just happen. Bilbo didn't just give the ring to Frodo. Darth Vader didn't just attack Princess Leia's senator's ship. He didn't just do it for fun. Something happened that caused the event to happen. So now bear in mind, we're going, okay, so events are these super important things that we need to have at the beginning of our adventure. We need to have an event. I cannot tell you the amount of games I have played in where there is no event. And the players are going, I know there's a plot here somewhere, but for the love of money, I can't find it. Those are awful. We need to have our event, okay? So what happens to make an event? There is something. There is a minuscule ripple in the pond. And I call those triggers. You literally are pulling the trigger. So the trigger, it is a single act that causes an event. And we're going to see how that simple sentence is going to completely create our entire campaign. It's going to make the most amazing campaign that your players have ever played in, because they're going to feel as if their entire campaign is based on them, which it should be. Okay, so let's put this into our mind. So we're going to forget about plot. We're going to forget about story. If you've been a follower of my channel, for now, we're going to forget about the sentence. We're going to figure out this little thing. A single act causes an event. This is the only thing that we actually have to put any planning into. Everything else we can do later or as the whole thing goes along. All right. So let's look at the trigger for the Lord of the Rings. What do you think the trigger was that caused Bilbo to give Frodo the ring? What was that trigger? That's what we've got to figure out. What was that trigger for Lord of the Rings? And whilst we're doing that, you might as well also try and figure out what was the trigger for Star Wars: A New Hope. And I'm going to give you a hint. It wasn't actually in the film. So what was the trigger? Now, I already see Zappo Tekendrndl. Zappo in Twitch jumped in there and got it. Well, kind of got it. Okay? Kind of got it. It was Bilbo's birthday. And not just his birthday, but it was his 11th birthday. And he felt tired. That is what triggered the entire Lord of the Rings trilogy. He felt tired. And so he decided to give away his precious. Okay? That's it. And you're like, some old guy felt tired and he gave his nephew a ring. That does not sound like one of the greatest trilogies ever written, ever. Huh. But that is entirely what it was. If he hadn't turned 11, if he'd turned 72, he would have kept the ring. No trigger, no event, no Frodo. So that simple little sentence, and this is what I really want to emphasize here, is it is a simple little sentence that is going to create our entire campaign. And it's going to give us everything that we could possibly need. Now, we're not going to start with writing the trigger, by the way. We're going to start elsewhere. But we know that we're working towards the trigger. And I personally find that once you know where you are heading, once you know what your objectives are, it's so much easier to get there. You're no longer kind of floundering around going, oh my God, I have so much to... No, don't, just relax. We know we need to find our trigger. And so we're going to get there. We're going to get there. All right, so with the Star Wars... a question I see some people are saying, well, there's Darth Sidious who triggered this. No, not at all. Darth Sidious had nothing to do, in the bigger sense of things, with anything to do with Luke. I mean, we're not going to get into the debates about this entire thing, for example. Someone I see did put in there the Rogue One film. They're mostly right, but there's a specific part of Rogue One which made it absolutely come true. Okay. And that specific part was the rebel attack on Scarif. If you look at the whole of Rogue One, and this is not a breakdown of Star Wars, by the way, and if you haven't seen Star Wars, it doesn't matter either. The entire idea is that the rebels were not going to attack Scarif. They weren't going to do it. They were dead set against it. But it was only because of that core little group of rebellious rebels who rebelled against the rebellion. It was only because of them that they forced the rebellion to attack Scarif. And it is only because the rebellion actually succeeded in attacking Scarif, the home planet that had the Death Star plans, that Darth Vader arrived in his Star Destroyer and started pursuing Princess Leia. And that kicks off A New Hope. So the whole trigger was something that had... I want to say it, but I'm not going to because we're going to get there, okay? The trigger is super critical. And as with Lord of the Rings, it was just someone feeling tired. Here, it is this the rebel attack on Scarif. And if you look at the stories, if you look at Star Wars versus Lord of the Rings, although Lord of the Rings is truly epic in nature, I would argue to say that it's a very, very small personal kind of story. Yes, we're toppling a giant evil Sauron eye in the sky type of thing, but it's really about the journey of Frodo and Sam and the friendship that they go along. Star Wars is much more epic in terms of its scope. It's the entire galaxy. Nonetheless, both work just as well, and that's another important thing to bear in mind. It doesn't have to be grand, it doesn't have to be simple, it doesn't have to be huge. It could be just a whole bunch of little things. Okay, so here is the important key, and if you haven't got this yet, you should get it now, because it's going to be written on the screen, right? If you don't have a trigger, you don't have an event. But if the PCs are not part of the trigger, the event has no meaning. No meaning, okay? So unlike Star Wars, where Luke had no part of the attack on Scarif, okay, was Luke really the central character of Star Wars? Well, he definitely was, from a certain point of view. Insert reference here. But at the same time, you go, well, Princess Leia kind of was involved in the entire thing. It was really kind of her story. See, she decided to send the plans put them into R2-D2 and send them to Tatooine. That was her call. So, and then she decided to do this. So anyway, I mean, that's not the point. And of course, a lot of people are saying the droids were the central characters because they were in all of the movies. Yeah. All right. The important part, though, is that we have to make sure that the PCs are involved in the trigger and in the event as a result, because the PCs are in the world, unlike us watching a movie where we can see cutscenes to Darth Vader and cutscenes to Luke being all sad and miserable on a desert planet somewhere, and we start to build a narrative. The PCs don't have that luxury. They are only knowing what is around them. Okay? So they need to know what's happening around them, and they need to be involved in some way. So we need to bear that in mind, okay? So let's see. If we don't have a trigger, so in Lord of the Rings, if Bilbo felt fine, he wasn't tired, he didn't give the ring to Frodo. No Frodo. Frodo's not involved in the story. Again, no attack on Scarif, no data sent to Tatooine, and no Obi-Wan Kenobi being involved, with Luke being involved by proxy. There were a lot of things that were set up that allowed Luke to go on that journey. The annihilation of his immediate family members, for example, kind of cut all ties that he had to Tatooine. If they'd remained alive, then you know, maybe he wouldn't have left. He would have stayed until the next season, and Obi-Wan would have had to go and fight him on his own, and the whole thing falls apart, right? So they had to get rid of the uncle and that sort of thing. But that's just good script writing. That's not the trigger that caused everything to happen. All right, so let's recap. So, a trigger causes an event. An event leads to a new trigger. A series of linked events become the plot. And when there are no more triggers, the plot ends. Now, I know these might sound absolutely simple, and I'm trying to break it down in such a way that it is really useful for you in terms of being able to implement it yourself. And so if you understand this breakdown, it makes a lot of sense. Okay? Now, please bear in mind that there is no story here. No story here. This is all just a trigger causes an event. Event leads to a new trigger. A series of events is called a plot. Okay? But there is no story yet. Okay? Story comes later. Well, on the next slide, as a matter of fact. So the story emerges from how the PCs react to what they do whilst in the middle of, and how they resolve the events that are happening. And it's as simple as that. And if you cannot get the PCs into this space, then your PCs are not going to know what on earth is going on. You can have the most amazingly complicated story worked out, and it's all brilliant. But if the PCs do stuff and it doesn't cause anything to happen, if there's no resolution of the stuff that the PCs are doing, or if they're not reacting to anything, then your story doesn't matter. You are playing with yourself. And that's very, very sad. So we want to get your PCs involved. So they have to be at the very center of these triggers and these events, right? Okay, hopefully you're still with me. If I'm going too fast, just tell me to slow down, because I can slow down, right? But people tell me that they watch my videos at like 1.5 times the speed. So I've drunk a little bit of caffeine. So let's see where we're going. Actually, speaking of caffeine, let's just have a little bit of caffeine. Faster. Okay. Now, just remember to ask questions. I know I'm going through this like insanity, but we're there. I just also need to check on my time. Unlike my colleagues, I have to keep track of my own time. What time do I finish this? Okay, let me just do a little bit of panic here. Really? My maths is wrong. No, right? Wrong? Okay, well, I'm just gonna, gently ask if anyone from the World Anvil team or from the Dungeon Frog team or from any of the teams are in there. If they could tell me how long I have left in Discord, that'd be great. Okay, so, right. The story is what the PCs are doing, not what you are doing as a GM. And I think this is also critically important. You have to understand, as GMs, we have this compulsion to want to tell a story, right? We really want to go to create this thing and be told, oh, your stories are amazing. That's not our job, okay? The story comes from all of us playing. It's a collective hobby, right? It's like saying that only one soccer player is actually a soccer player and the rest are not there. No, we are all working the story together. You are responsible for giving an event and a trigger, and that's it. And then the players make the story. If they choose to ignore your event, you have to go elsewhere. You have to do something else, because obviously they're not interested. Okay? All right. So now, where do triggers come from? So let's go back to triggers now. Where do triggers come from? And in my opinion, we haven't gone to the next slide yet because I missed the button. In my opinion, there are 4 places, okay? 4 places. Primarily, the PC's choice. The PC's choice. Sorry, I'm reading chat at the same time. I shouldn't do that. All right. So the PC's choices. They trigger stuff all the time. We need to deliver this to that castle. Let's break into the castle. They've just set in motion a trigger. It is going to cause a whole bunch of events. Why? Because we know events are unusual things that take place. PCs breaking into a castle is not something that's normal, unless it is in your world. Okay, fine, you score 5 points. But generally speaking, if the PCs do something that is unusual, it is an event. And that will either terminate at the end of that event, or it will trigger something to happen, and that will cause a chain reaction, which you are then obliged as the GM to follow. So now I'm hoping that you're starting to realize that as a GM, there is no way you can plan what's going to happen next. There are 4 ways in which something can happen. You have no idea out of 2 of them. Okay? The rest of them you have some kind of control over to a large degree. Okay? I'm going to stop saying that word. All right, so PC choices, the opposition's plans. Now the opposition, that I mean the nemesis, the big bad. Okay? The villain of the story. As a GM, you don't really have any control over what this person is doing. I know this sounds crazy because you are the NPC, right? You are the NPCs of everything. The big bad, the nemesis, hopefully will have a goal, and we're going to come to that in a little bit. But their goal is what's going to be driving them. Think of them almost as an AI NPC, because they have a clearly defined path of achieving their objective. And their objective, if they're a nemesis, is to do something dastardly and to take over the world or something along those lines. So Emperor Palpatine's objective was to take over the universe. Darth Vader's objective, or the galaxy, sorry, Darth Vader's objective was to hunt down and destroy all of the old Jedi. That was his objective. So when you look at the opposition's plans, you go, okay, well, Darth Vader didn't have much choice. If he heard of a Jedi, he would have to go and investigate the Jedi. He might send out probe droids, he might send out this, he might send out that, but his objective is very clear. He has to react to the discovery of this information. So the opposition, the nemesis, basically, are not going to be operating as a whole individual. They're going to be running through the steps of completing their objective. Darth Vader's objective changes to hunting down the rebels, but that's only after Grand Moff Tarkin has been destroyed, right? So the objectives can change, but the programming remains pretty much the same. So then we have random world acts of God. Random world or acts of God, that is something that you control as the GM. And we're going to find out that they're really useful for controlling things like pace and for controlling things like holy moly. This is something that is, no one saw this one coming, including the opposition, who you are also controlling, right? No, because remember, we said the opposition are running on a set of AI kind of, I will achieve this. It's almost a Dalek kind of, destroy, or eliminate, or exterminate, right? So Darth Vader, let's say, for example, he's hunting down a Jedi, and the entire planet explodes. And you go, okay, the entire planet explodes. The PCs have to react to this, right? Because the event has happened. It's not a normal event for a planet to explode. But your opposition also has to react to it and go, I'm not going to do the voice. I can't do the voice. Okay, the rebels are clearly not on their planet, and if they are, they're dead. But are they on that planet? I must seek out somewhere else. So the AI of the NPC nemesis is going to continue running, trying to fulfill that objective. However, NPCs locally and that sort of thing, they don't have objectives, right? But they're not going to cause things to happen. Okay, think about it. And then GM pacing. You will trigger things to happen as the GM if you need to. If you need to, you will trigger something to happen. The PCs have gone, I know we've got to try and find the ring and get it to the mountain, but I really want to go shopping for the next 3 sessions. Yeah. So then, GM pacing might be, the market is shut down for the day. Oh, what a pity. The PCs go, we're going to stay for another week and wait for the market to open. All right, fine. The market opens up. It's a flash sale. Everything's on 10%. If you buy right now, okay, players, you have 10 minutes to buy anything that you want that's in this rule book or that rule book or wherever. Go nuts, and then we can move on. So you can trigger things. Okay, that's an extreme example, right? And then I've got some notes here to elaborate, right? PC plans. Now, the PCs are not necessarily going to have a plan at the beginning of your first adventure in your first campaign. Players will have created their characters, they will have their ideas going on, they're going to have their battle plans, but that's about it. They might not necessarily have a grand plan to take over the kingdom or to liberate the slaves, or they might have a few ideas, but that's about it. They're not going to have a giant plot planned out off the get-go. Most of the time, there are cases where it doesn't happen, right? So the first event, the PCs should be solely responsible for actually following through. Because you can have a world where you trigger an event. Someone somewhere stole the Death Star plans, but if it has nothing to do with the PCs, well, what's the point? Really, what's the point? Okay, so just bear that in mind. They have to be involved in that first event. The opposition has plans, but as I said, they run on an AI. They will trigger perhaps the very first event, but that's about it. Then random world events, acts of God, if they start the campaign. So if the planet explodes and the PCs are flying towards it, and that's what starts the campaign, and the planet exploded simply because its geological internal core was destabilized and it was destroyed, it becomes more of a survivalist type of game where, okay, now we have to try and follow and survive, okay? I'm using that word too much, I will stop. GM pacing, like I said, if the pace is slowed down, you need to speed it up, or it has gone too fast and you need to slow it down. You can trigger certain events to happen or end an event chain and allow the players to have a break and to slow down. Okay. So where do we start planning? So now we've got this notion of triggers and events, and we know that we need to have a trigger that is going to lead us to an event. So we need to figure out what that event is So we know how to work it, but we also then need to figure out what that trigger is going to be. But we need to know what the event is first so we can work out what the trigger is. All right, so there we go. Right, so we need to figure out what the main plot might be. Might be. Okay, so what we're going to use the what if principle now. What if? What if the rebels got the Death Star plans? And you go, yeah, that's a good idea, isn't it? No, it's not. It's incredibly boring, as it says in the text right there. Okay, but you can read, so I don't need to go there. If the rebels got the Death Star plans, there's no tension there. There is no drama. There is no promise of something more exciting. So you rewrite that little paragraph. What if the rebels learned where the Death Star plans are? Ah, well, now that sets up a whole bunch of questions. And questions effectively are potential events. The players are going, we know where the Death Star plans are. We need to get those. How are we going to get them? Where are we going to go? How are we going to infiltrate? Are we going to survive? What starships do we need? All of that comes out of that sentence, which is basically a reworking of the event. The rebels got the Death Star plans. Hey guys, we got the Death Star plans. Okay. Yes, it could say, okay, now we have to analyze them and work out where to attack the Death Star, but it's far less engaging than if the rebels learned where those Death Star plans are. Similarly, if we go with Lord of the Rings, what if Frodo was given a ring that could destroy the world? Yeah, it's a bit nebulous. There's not a lot of meat to that statement. It's like, yeah, you got a ring that can destroy the world. Okay, I hide it deep in a ditch. End of story. Okay, 1,000 years later, the ring gets discovered because the ditch is being dug up by a farmer and end of world. Rephrase that, what if Frodo was tasked to take a ring into the heart of a gigantic enemy empire and destroy it? Now we have tension. Now we have conflict. We have drama. It's like, you want me to take... Oh, my brain explode. Again, though, it's just rewriting it so that the players, or Frodo, or Luke, or whomever, the players are directly involved in resolving this now, not just the thing that caused it to happen. So we need to identify the antagonism. I need to just open up this quickly so I can see what's going on here. Okay. And hopefully, right. We need to identify the antagonism. Where is the potential difficulty? Where is the promise of a challenge? Who is it or what is it? So if you watch survival movies like The Grey, or you watch Survivor. No, what was it called? What was that silly thing with Tom Hanks in it? The movie that everyone went, well, we watched the TV series. Why would we watch the movie? Anyway, whatever that film was called, usually if it's a force of nature, it is the player characters trying to survive and overcome some kind of geological thing. That's fine, but then the nature will cause the first trigger and off we go. Generally speaking, though, in role-playing games, we will have a big bad. We will have a nemesis. We will have someone who the players are going to fight against. Okay? It is important before we even get any further. Castaway. Thank you, Kevin Williams. Okay, 10 points to you. All right. There's 2 people apparently who've watched that movie, which is fantastic. So we need to identify our antagonist, but at the same time, we need to avoid definite decisions. We need to use the words might and possibly. Might and possibly. Not, this is my plot. Okay? The reason for that is that if you have made definite decisions, oh, my players are going to go here, and then they're going to go here, and then they're going to go here, and then they're going to go there, where has your player had a choice to do any of that? Nowhere, because you've already worked it out. So the very first event, that is the only time that you can go, well, my players are going to start on a cart, and this is going to happen. That is the only time that you should have any kind of control over what the players are doing at that particular moment. Because thereafter, it's up to the players. And I'm going to tell you why. Now, we need to use this word. I'm not a huge fan of this word because it's a very jargon-laden word. But we need to be agile as GMs. We need to move away from the idea that the GM has got this gigantic plan. And we need to move back to the place where we go, no, the GM has started a chain of events which may lead to that outcome. but the PCs might join up with Darth Vader. Does your entire campaign fall over? No. You now know what the AI is going to be doing with Darth Vader. Well, Luke, welcome to the party. And look at what happened when he almost did. The Emperor went, well, in that case, then kill your father and take your place at my side. Whoa, plot twist. Okay, cool. Right, Luke cuts Darth Vader's head off, stands next to the Emperor. Peace for all eternity. No, not at all. Luke now starts to take and look for Jedi and so on. The campaign continues, but it's now changed because the GM was agile enough to go, oh, Luke didn't fight back, he actually joined in. Or what if Bilbo was like, Frodo, the nine are busy riding past, and they're like, oh, excuse me, I found this ring. Could you give me a lift to Mordor, please? And then off they go to Mordor. Here, Sauron, here's your ring. Make me God Emperor of the planet and I'll serve you. There we go. Bingo. So, we need to be agile. Because if we're not agile, if we have plotted out everything, it locks you as the storyteller into this series of events that you have to try and figure out how to get your way out of. But at exactly the same time, you then can't change. You can't be flexible because you're not going to plan and, oh my goodness, the players haven't done this and they haven't figured out that and they haven't. No. If you haven't got that far in your planning, you haven't wasted your time doing all of that, you're not going to get locked into it. So you're going to be able to go, oh, yeah, that's cool. That's interesting. How is the AI of the enemy going to react? Their goal is still to do this. Has the player's stuff caused anything to change? Yes or no? No, it hasn't. Okay, cool. The AI continues doing what it's doing, and this is going to happen, and this is what's going to go on. All right? So as simple as that. You don't know what your player's going to do. You don't know what they're going to do. We really don't. Okay, so let's go back to planning. We need a trigger, something that's going to get the PCs to start their journey. We need to figure out what that trigger is. So therefore, we need to step back, and we need to go and say, oh yes, my keyword, by the way, is bounty, booyakasha, and out. So our what if statement. So let's create a little story here. Again, if I could just ask someone in chat to just tell me how much time I have left. I think I'm running out of time, as a matter of fact. I'm fairly certain I'm running out of time because I've been speaking for a long time now. Anyway, let me know. So our what if statement, this was an idea that I had. I was going to try and pull in you guys to create this, but unfortunately it's just too we don't have enough time. We never have enough time. Okay, so our statement. An empire is on the verge of civil war, and the only way to stop it is to retrieve an ancient relic lost in hostile lands 100 years ago. 5 factions know of its existence, but not its exact location. What if the PCs were tasked with finding it first? Okay, so what if the PCs were tasked with finding an ancient relic that was lost in hostile lands 100 years ago that is being searched for by 5 other factions? We have our promise of conflict. There are 5 factions looking for this thing. 5. Okay? This thing was lost 100 years ago, so it ain't just going to be like popping down to Tesco's and picking up a pint of milk. That ain't going to happen either. So there is a huge promise of conflict. Okay? So that's an important thing to bear in mind when we're structuring this. There's an empire that's on the verge of civil war. Those are the stakes. Oh my goodness, those are the stakes. The PCs don't care about those stakes. The bloody empire is a complete fabrication of the GM anyway. So you would have to do a lot of what World Anvil was talking about in their first talk this afternoon about getting the PCs to care about that empire. But that's a lot of hard work, and we'll do that once the game has started to roll. Okay? For now, we assume the PCs don't care anything about the empire. But they will care about the objective of getting this treasure if we make it something personal. So what I then do is I take this what if statement and I say, okay, so what if my players have to do this? They have to try and find this ancient artifact. So I then take it and I break it down into the possible events. Okay, so what could lead our players to start? Because remember, what is going to draw our players into our entire campaign? They find a chest. Yawn. That's not interesting. Someone hires the PCs to find it. It's a bit on the nose. I mean, it is a bit on the nose. Go forth and find this ancient chest that was lost 100 years ago, and there's 5 people looking for it. Okay, I mean, it is straightforward, and the PCs will either choose to do it or they'll choose not to do it, right? I mean, that's the ultimate outcome. So it's not a bad one. The PCs learn of the chest's location. could be interesting, but we're going to have to bait that hook a little bit more. It's not a huge event. It's not a major event, right? PCs learning of treasure in dungeons, it's not going to drive people insane. It's not a major event, okay? A faction thinks the PCs have it. Well, that one sentence gives us a huge amount of conflict. The faction is going to want to get that information from the PCs. There are a whole bunch of ways that we could do that in, but anyway. Someone claims to know of a treasure and wants a reward. It's a weak one because the players aren't directly, oh, I know of an ancient treasure, give me 50 gold and I'll give you a map to where it leads. I'm not convinced. Not convinced that's going to be the strongest selling point. A PC has a dream about war and treasure and unicorns. What the hell do unicorns have with it? Hey, this is about being a great GM, so you got to throw in some weird stuff every now and again, right? But that's also insipid, and it kind of feels like the GM is saying, here is a giant pineapple, would you now please take the plot? We don't want that, okay? We want them to feel as if it's there, okay? The faction thinks the PCs have it is a line or is an idea that I think is probably the strongest one, but you list a whole bunch, okay? Once you get used to this process, by the way, you won't have to do this. You'll just automatically choose something that comes to mind. So the faction thinks that the PCs have it. Well, what do we expect from that? What do we expect from that sentence? Or what do we ask questions about that come from that sentence? The faction thinks they have it, right? Are they going to steal it from them? Are they going to try and buy it from them? Are they going to try and bribe them? Are they going to send thugs to try and get it? And why does the faction think that they have it? We have to answer some of those questions, but we have to answer those questions, by the way, in the game. We have to answer why do they think that they have it in the game. Is it because the PCs escaped an ancient tomb? Is it because they were given it? Is it because something that the PCs did, the event and the trigger, caused the faction to go, they have it, we want it, we're going to send our goons, we're going to try and rob them, we're going to do this, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, and you just pile it up. Okay, again, just from we're looking for the trigger. So let's say, for example, that our PCs decided, we decide anyway, that a dungeon crawl is a great way to start our adventure. So we match that to our players, and we have a session 0, and World Anvil was talking about session 0 and all that kind of cool stuff. So if your players like fighting games, or they like more riddles, or they like this, or they like that, put it in there. Just make sure that it works, and realize that, okay, my players are going to be starting in a dungeon. That's a cool place to start. Now I kind of am ready. No, not yet, because we have to bear in mind a fundamental key is the event and the trigger it should seem as if it's random, as if it's just coincidental that the PCs were involved. And it shouldn't appear to be significant, but it should lead to a huge range of outcomes. The PC should be going, my goodness, okay, well, that's an interesting one. Let's look at this, or let's look at that, and so on. We have to choose which one they want. And we have to make it random and coincidental. All right. So that means if we put the PCs in a dungeon, they might find a clue that there is this treasure out there. But we're not going to make it simple. Finding the clue is it doesn't seem like it's a major event. They find this thing. It doesn't seem like it's a major event. But they maybe need to know where to have it. We need them to let the factions know that they have it somehow, right? So we've still got to figure that part out. We're getting there. We're getting there. So do we start the PCs in a dungeon? No, because the PCs had no choice of starting in a dungeon, right? We could start them in front of a dungeon, but again, it's like, well, why did we go here in the first place? That seems silly. No, so let's get them. A merchant is attacked on the side of the road. That's an event. Is it a trigger? It could be actually a trigger that gets them to go to the dungeon, and that's what it caused the entire event to happen. Aha! Now we might be on our way, because if the PCs are given a treasure map as a reward, Well, now it's their choice. They could choose to sell it. It's still going to trigger the faction to come after them saying, where did you get it from? How did you get it? Why did you sell it? What do you know about it? Etc, etc, etc. Or they go to the dungeon, they go through the dungeon, and they get the map piece anyway. Our faction goes, the merchant had it, the merchant gave it to the PCs, we are after the PCs. We've wrapped up our questions nice and neatly, basically. All we're going to do now, I'm going to move forward because I realize I'm slowly moving out of time here. Is we then expand. Okay, we need the object. What are they? What's going to get them to where they need to be? The item perhaps has some strange runes carved upon it. The PCs can't read it, so they're going to have to figure out where this thing can be read. That thing being read is being monitored by the 5. So there's all sorts of interesting things that can happen as a result of that. Again, just trying to tie it back. So this is our event. The PCs require a relic that seems to lead to a great long-lost treasure. There is only one person who can read the ancient language inscribed upon it, and they're currently missing. Obviously, they're going to be missing because that's part of our chain. So again, still from one little trigger of them helping a merchant who gives them a map, which leads them to a dungeon. They go through a dungeon crawl. They get out of the dungeon crawl. They realize that only the Great Wizard can read this thing. They go to the Great Wizard. He's missing. They try and track him down. They track him down, and he goes, oh, yes, this leads to a treasure that was lost 100 years ago. You got how many adventures out of that little thing? And we haven't planned anything yet, right? So now what do we need? We need a dungeon, we need a relic with some hints on it, we need some confusing runes, and we need a link to this person who's going to be able to interpret it. That's what we need to plan for our first adventure and for the beginning of our campaign, and virtually nothing else. Because the 5 factions are not part of adventure number 1, they're at the very end of adventure number 1, as far as I'm concerned. And, well, there we go. Now we can develop that as we go along and get there and that sort of thing. So I have a few more slides to go through. He lied. Okay. And then I'll get to some of your questions. So the next step is we plot out the dungeon. If you really need to, you can make a beautiful dungeon fog map. You need some monster stats. You need maybe some riddles, some traps, depending on what your players want. You want to design that relic, and then you want a way to get the PCs to the translator person. Whether that could be using one of World Anvil's techniques that the players know that there is this old man before they even start the game. He was a mentor, perhaps. So that's what you need to figure out. Then we go to the 4 adventure types: a thwarting adventure, a collecting adventure, discovering, or a delivering adventure. I'm not going to talk about those. If you want to know more about those, you go to youtube.com/howtobegreatgm, and you will find it, one of my more recent videos, the 4 adventure types. This is going to give you your structure for your dungeon crawl. You figure out what structure you're going to be using. But the important thing with events, you have to end them. You have to end them. You cannot just have an open-ended event going from one to the next to the next to the next. Our massive epic story plot thing that we have set in motion with one little merchant giving a map to the heroes for hopefully saving him or robbing him. Again, we don't know what the PCs are going to do. That leads to the PCs going on this mammoth journey to eventually recover the treasure chest, the 5 factions just attacking them, fighting each other, trying to politically manipulate them, get them onto their side. We have this massive boiling pot of potential adventures. But each step needs to finish. When they get out of the dungeon needs to be done with. They don't need to go back there. They shouldn't need to go back there. A lot of times what people will do when it's like, you don't get to go back there, is they destroy it. So in Star Wars Rebels, the Jedi Temple was destroyed. In The Mummy, the film, the pyramid was destroyed. It's like, no, we're done. You're moving forward. You're not going backwards. So we need to make sure that our chains end. All right, that's it from me. I'm not going to talk anymore. All I'm going to say is that you can find templates on how to fill in some of this stuff on our website. as well as, and I see here there's actually a mistake. So if you use that coupon code for Cows Gone Wild, it's not 10%, it's 20% off anything. And you can pick up any one of our rule books, creating epic campaigns and the like there. All right, so I'm now going to go to your questions. I have some questions here. I'm going to look at those very, very quickly. In a sandbox style campaign, do you feel like such events are as important as in other campaigns? Absolutely. Absolutely. A sandbox style campaign. What is a sandbox style campaign? Where the PCs get to make the choices. This whole talk is the PCs should be making the decisions. And that decision that they should be making is very specific. They should be, oh, I think that's interesting. Let's go there. They go there. But unless you, in the sandbox world, are creating an event for them to be part of, they will go there and they will leave. So even in a sandbox, they go, oh, look at that mysterious old tower. You wander over to the mysterious old tower. It's old and abandoned and you can't see anything. Okay, we're going to go over there. No, you wandering over towards the tower, but you as the GM are going, well, you know, my last 4 adventures, I have had a thwarting, a delivering, and a collecting. So I need a discovering adventure just to keep it going and to make it more interesting. You know what? Maybe this tower that the PCs have decided to go to, maybe it's a discovery. What could it lead as a discovery to? What if the tower was actually a portal inside the mind of one of the PCs? And the PCs walk inside and they have to figure out how to get out by resolving one of the PC's backstory unresolved issues. Boom. Off you go. Thank you very much. You've now got an adventure. It's sandbox because the players chose to go to the tower. You've got your trigger. They're already going there. They're already going to go and do that. They're going to create this entire thing. Okay? So bear that in mind. Bear that in mind. So sandbox is not, you don't do anything. Sandbox is you're using these tools to do it better. Are triggers what some would call hooks? Yes and no. I feel like hooks imply that you are trying to lure the characters into a bigger story. You're not trying to lure them into anything because, again, that implies that you're trying to drive them to your story, to your plot. A trigger is entirely up to the players whether they're going to engage or not. Now, I know that there was a question that they came up with, but I'm going to jump ahead a little bit. The entire concept of what if the players go, I'm not going to save that old man on his cart. I'm not going to do that. No, thank you. I'm moving on. Do you abandon your entire idea? No. Because you know that the fundamental idea of your campaign is that there are 5 factions looking for this ancient chest. Just because your trigger, if you want to use the word hook, wasn't taken, well, now you move on and you figure out another one. Run a little combat, default back onto your 4 different adventure types and go, well, they didn't take that hook, but how can they find this map in a different way? If they don't want to save someone, maybe they want to rob someone. And so they come across a rich peasant or they come across... anyway, it's entirely up to you how you want to play it out. Now, I see that people are saying that the Cows Gone Wild is not working. I'm just going to double check that. That's what I was told, but you never know. These things sometimes are a little bit crazy, but... let me just double check that. Because I am just, yes, Cows Gone Wild for the convention. Yeah. Okay. So Cows Gone Wild, apparently it's supposed to be working. If it isn't, oh, I see. It's in lowercase. Is it 10%? I was lied to. I lied to people. Or was this actually an event that triggers a whole bunch of things to happen? Okay. I apologize deeply for that. I thought it was 20%. Apparently it's 10. Anyway. Okay. Now, I've got a few minutes left, so let's move on. Shadowstar asks, how do you recommend dealing with making the opposition competent whilst not making them so competent that the party has trouble combating them. Okay, that's a phenomenally important question to ask. How do you make the bad guys particularly bad, but not particularly efficient? Because we fundamentally know that the players are going to make mistakes because they don't know what they're doing. They're following things, they're going on in different directions, they're seeing where things lead to, which is absolutely fine. So what we're going to do is we're going to default back. Remember we were talking about that AI of the NPC, and well, that whole AI idea, the NPC is going to be going, we need to find out who has the map for this location of this hidden treasure chest. We've got wind that it might very well be so-and-so. They seem to have found something. All right, we're going to send out our goons. Now, this is one of the most common tropes, whatever you want to call it, out there. And it's already been mentioned in the chat. The Lord, the powerful, super powerful Lord, is so busy doing other important things that they send out goons, incompetent goons, who will bumble it, who will be super arrogant, who will be this, who will be that. In other words, you as the GM, you have so much meta knowledge going on. You know what the players are planning, you know this, you know that. You have to remember that it is absolutely critical for your opposition, for your nemesis, for your bad guys, to react to the information that they have, not the information that you know. So you have to think, well, would he know this? Would he know that? How would this information have gotten back to them in order for them to figure it out? This is something that if you're watching a film, and it's a particularly weakly written film, happens all the time, and was one of the biggest failings in the final series of Game of Thrones. Time was ignored, and people just knew stuff was happening all over the planet, or at least all over the continent, magically it's like, whoa, how did this happen? But they just knew because they needed the time to get there and they needed to catch up and all that kind of stuff. So don't do that. Don't do that. I've got 5 minutes left. How do you recommend? Okay. Right. Let's see. Will there be a copy of the slides one can download somewhere after the stream? Yes, absolutely. These slides will be made available, I'm guessing, on Monday, by the way, I'm afraid. I can't give it to you any earlier. These will be available on www. I will put it into chat because it's easier. www.greatgamemaster.com. If you go to greatgamemaster.com and you go to, I think it's free stuff, you will find there a series of folders, and I think one of them is called files or something, and you can then download it from there. So go on a little quest to find it. It will be there. The PowerPoint slides will be there, but they are all off-centered because I had to take into effect that my video would be down here. So, you know, it's not the prettiest. It's not the prettiest, but that's okay. It still contains the information. So there you are there. I must just remember to delete my notes in the sidebar thing. Anyway. And my word, by the way, I see people are saying, what is your special word? My special word is bounty. Bounty in honor of the new diceless TTRPG system, which I wrote, called Bounty Hunter, which allows you to play bounty hunters in space. And who doesn't love doing that? Next question. Actions have consequences. Absolutely. What is your stance on non-combat PC death based on player actions? If a player keeps doing the wrong things, could or should they die as a result of capital punishment? Wow, that is an interesting and very complex question. I feel that the idea here is that player death should happen. Player character death should happen. Player death shouldn't happen. I mean, that's tragic. Player character death should happen. And if it happens outside of combat, it happens outside of combat, provided that it is as a result of a series of events and PC choices. So when you are faced with the nemesis going, now I have you all, you foolish idiots, you wandered into my dungeon completely unprepared because you didn't do any researching whatsoever. So you're all going to die now. Goodbye. And then they get their heads cut off because that's what would actually happen. No, you have to Austin Powers it, man. You got to put them in a giant chained caved room with laser, giant angry sea bass with lasers on their heads, and then not watch them die, because that allows them to escape. You don't have to do that every time, and I do advocate that you should actually kill PCs from time to time, just to prove that you will and can, and that they should pay attention to your game. But at the same time, if you have a TPK and everyone dies, you haven't spent hours and hours and hours working out your entire plot line, because you only worked out the first trigger and following it and seeing what it's triggered and going where that goes. So that's really simple, really, really, really easy. I've got 2 minutes left. What if the players ignore the event? Do you have the baddies just go off and succeed there, then spank the players? So the way you phrased that is very good, I think. What if the PCs don't accept the hook? Do the bad guys go off and do something? Let's say Princess Leia didn't decide to join the rebellion and she stayed on Alderaan, and Alderaan was destroyed and blown up. Princess Leia died. She doesn't care what the bad guys are doing now. So the bottom line is, if the PCs don't take the hook and the bad guy is doing something, then the world is going to change around them. It becomes an act of God or a world event where the big bad releases a giant portal which opens up a zone allowing for the abyssal monsters of the darkness to enter into the planet. Your new campaign is now the players surviving in this gigantic space. Yeah? So that is how you are agile, how you adjust, if you really want to. But if the players don't take the hook, why bother with that plot line? Clearly they weren't interested in what you were offering them. So you need to figure out how to bring that back, how to get them more involved. Maybe it's another session 0, maybe it's asking them what they're looking for, or throwing out a different hook that leads them back to the same way. I'm just not convinced that if your players aren't buying it, that you should continue to force it. I believe that oftentimes you should also be pitching. This was a Matt Colville statement. Pitch to your players, I'm going to be running this game. What do you guys think? First, to get their buy-in. All right, we've run out of time. This has been me, Guy, from How to Be a Great GM. You can find me live on Thursday nights at about 5:30 p.m. UTC, running GM Training Grounds on Thursday nights, as well as regular shows on my channel on Monday. Thank you all for your participation. I will see you all after the amazing Caeora for the grand finale panel, where we all get to answer more of your questions. Until then, have your 15-minute break and come back for making fantasy maps fantastic.
Hello. Hello. Welcome to my little, hopefully, wonderful talk about making your maps fantastic. This is going to be the first time I've ever done one of these little talks on my own. So bear with me. Hopefully we'll get through this. I've got 45 minutes to talk about things. And yeah, hopefully we'll learn something. Well, you know, you'll learn something. I'll learn how to present better maybe. So yeah. So the first thing I've got is a lovely checklist of all the things that I'm going to be talking about today. And one of the things I really want to mention is the fact that, or the reason for this talk, is I feel like when people are making their maps, they often typically go with a couple of things. They make some oceans, or they draw a coastline, which has an ocean, and then they create some mountains, and then they create some forests and rivers, and they place down their settlements. And for me, that creates a very functional and interesting map in a lot of situations, but it can feel a little flat. And what I want to talk about today is making your maps better, making them more interesting and fantastical and fantasy, and adding cool things and stuff that you can really like find interest in, that you can say, wow, look at that over there, that's great. And this kind of stuff is really good for world building, or if you're making a campaign. You know, if you really want to make a really cool kick-ass campaign, you can really find, hopefully, what I'm talking about really useful, because you can make an interesting world and an interesting map, and you can run with that to make some interesting sort of adventures. So that's the reason for this talk. And in this checklist, there are a few things that we're going to go through. So I'm going to be talking about the biomes that you can be doing, or drawing, or representing, or putting in your map. We're going to talk about landmarks. We're going to be talking about color, which is very important, I think. We're going to talk about the feel and the sense of what you've got in your map. And we're going to talk about the history of the places and locations and things in your map. And finally, we're going to talk about something I'm going to call twist, or the twist, which is where you take something and you make it really cool and weird. So that's what we're going to be going through in this talk today. So we're going to go through all of those things. Now, the other thing that I want to talk about before we move on to the first thing on the checklist is representation is not as important as intention. Now, I'm a map maker. I draw maps for a living. Some of the maps that I'm going to just like show briefly as like examples, or I'm going to talk about a little bit about map making. I draw maps a lot, so I have a good sense of like scale and color and where mountains go and all the rest of it. That doesn't mean you have to when you're creating your map. You don't have to draw something really cool and amazing on your maps for it to mean something to your campaign. If you want to draw something and just name it or have a description for it that makes it interesting, that's fine. You don't have to be an artist. You don't have to be a map maker. The intention behind making cool mountains or more interesting mountains or forests is just as good as representing them. So I just want to get that over the way with, like, at the beginning. So yeah, the first thing we're going to talk about is biomes. Now, this is a map I've made relatively recently, or it's one of my more recent maps. And oh, look, I got a shiny laser pointer, so I can point to things. Sorry, I'm like a cat that's been distracted by a light. It's like, anyway. So some of the basic things that people make when they're creating maps is obviously you've got your mountains, and you have your forests, and you have your oceans and rivers and things like this. And this map is what I would call quite a standard map for biomes. You know, you've got a lot of the classics. You've got the forests and the mountains and things. It doesn't really have any deserts, although it does have a little bit down in the bottom right. It doesn't really have any barrens. That might be nice somewhere, but it doesn't really have that. It's got a bit of tundra up in the top, which is nice. You know, it's colder up there. It's not got any jungles. It's not got any swamps. It's not got any ash lands. It's not got volcanoes or dead forests or anything like that. So it's not got any of that stuff. So it's kind of basic in some respects. You're not really having a wide range of different things. Although that does still mean that this map is quite beautiful. You know, I've done quite well, I think, with colors and making things pop, have a nice gradient. So that's good. But when you're creating your own maps, when you're making something unique and interesting, how do you incorporate
those different biomes, things that you want to, you know, make a little bit more special and unique? Well, why don't you try, and this is the second slide, is different kinds of biomes in your maps. Now, that means that if you're going to add a grasslands type biome into your map or into your world, you want to try and make something that's not just an ordinary grassland. You could add meadows or bushlands or savannas or prairies or tons of other different kinds of variants for that specific thing. And again, like I said at the beginning, you don't necessarily have to represent that, but as long as the intention is there, maybe the name is there, maybe the color is there, as long as something has changed, that means that it's just a little bit more interesting, it's a little bit different to how you would normally draw it or have it in a world map. You know, like Tolkien, who had mountains and forests and rivers and an ocean. You know, adding something else and adding in that description and interest into the map can really bring it to life. And here are some examples of what I came up with real quick for things that you could have instead of the more standard thing. You know, for deserts, you could have glassified deserts, you know, where it's been intense heat has kind of glassified the desert surface. So it's kind of like a brittle, you know, you step on it and it sort of cracks and you fall through into like a primeval ooze. Or dry stream beds and salt flats and things like that. So you can add in that kind of stuff, which really makes the world and the adventure pop because it's an interesting biome that's not just a desert. You know, it's not just sand. And the same with any of this. You know, you can look at any of these and you can take notes or just say, yeah, that's a cool idea. So yeah, so that's what I mean by biomes. When you're thinking about doing those kinds of things and drawing those in a map, really think about how you can change up your thinking, like your biome placement or what biomes you want to use, you know, for your maps. I think that's really, really cool. Now, next thing we're going to talk about is landmarks. And I'll get to a more overall point at the end, but biomes and landmarks kind of go hand in hand, right? After you place down some mountains, after you place down some grasslands and forests, obviously you want to populate that for a campaign in a fantasy world or in a sci-fi world or whatever world you're building or map you're making. You want to then put down landmarks that create specific points of interest. Things like villages and towns and dungeons and ruins and things like that. Things for players to go to and investigate or, you know, fight in and have encounters in. You know, you want to do that in order to create a more living, breathing world. But often I find that in ordinary sort of day-to-day map making that I see most people do, they don't tend to include landmarks that are super interesting or super weird and wonderful. You know, you don't find a lot of hive pillars and, you know, void gaps in the land and, you know, an energy nexus like bubbling away somewhere. And you might say, oh yeah, that's really high fantasy. That's not what I'm going for in my world. I want my world to be a little bit more low key or lower tech or less magical focused and so on and so forth. And that's totally fine. But you can also think about how the names and the labels and the descriptions for those landmarks can really help bring about, you know, a little bit more interest and map cohesiveness, like make it more fantastical and fantastic, because you can give it a really cool name that's not just the Grey Mountains. Okay, so Tolkien had he had a mountain range called the Grey Mountains, which I think is one of the most boring names you could possibly give a mountain range. Okay, maybe it's accurate, maybe there's a lot of grey stone, but man, that's a bit of a boring mountain range. And, you know, I think that kind of thing has its place. But generally speaking, I would love to see a little bit more interest and a little bit more naming, just things happening where you can just say to your players, hey, there's the mountain range over here called the Mountains of the Rising Phoenix. There we go. I just came up with that on the end. But that's great, you know, and then they're going, oh, okay, is that mountain range full of phoenixes? That's really cool. And so they then decide that that's somewhere they want to go or something they can check out or somewhere they can reference in future like talks with people, and they can ask an NPC about, ooh, the mountains of the Rising Phoenix. They're cool. So names and what you call things when it comes to landmarks can be just as important as what those landmarks are. And again, I mean, you don't need to represent these on your map with fancy icons and fancy, drawings of beautiful little, houses and cities and things, but you could just have a point. But as long as it's got a really nice name, or a name that you've thought hard about and gone, I think this will make this place interesting, that's going to make your players a lot more invested and involved in the world. So that's what we're going to talk about here with landmarks. Now, this is probably one of the bigger ones for me. When it comes to creating really fantastic maps, like super vivid and interesting maps, which I love to do, color is obviously something that I think everybody should kind of, you kind of want to have a really good understanding of what color can do for your maps. A lot of people use the basic color palettes for their worlds. They'll use greens for grasslands. They'll use green for forests, grays, maybe grayish browns for mountains, and blues for oceans. That kind of stuff is everywhere in fantasy map make. And the reason for that is that if you look at a satellite map of Earth, you're basically looking at the 90% of maps that are ever made in the world. They're full of green, blue, and maybe some yellow for deserts. That's basically the main colors. And I think that doesn't really go far enough. When you're creating a fantasy map, you really can go off the deep end. You can do things that are really weird and wonderful and fantastical. You can change one color all the way to another color, and that immediately gets a really cool, interesting, and amazing reaction from your players. Like, they'll just be like, huh, that's cool. I mean, I wonder why that's different, and I want to go and explore that, and I want to go and do stuff with it. So it can have a really big impact on your players and whoever's looking at the map. It can just go, whew, cool. So that kind of stuff is really important. So color is a really important thing to bear in mind. The other thing about color as well is that it has a certain expectation or perception about certain things. So certain things are colored in certain ways because they're kind of based on the real world, but they don't have to be. And if you change it, it changes that perception or that expectation of what's going to be there. And that can really make something, or make a map, really unique and special. If you have a blue forest, cool, why is it like that? Is it covered in ice, or is it covered in Feywild things? You have to come up with this reason yourselves. Like, I can't come up with all of these combinations, but that's the whole beauty of it. If you can just change something simple about a certain aspect of a map, like a color, it can then help you to springboard your idea, or come up with something that you're just thinking, oh, and that's brilliant. That's exactly what I wanted to have in my world. So that's really interesting and really cool as well. So bear that in mind when you're thinking about color. And I don't think there's any limitation with the color palette either. I think that you can really experiment with, blue forests or yellow forests or red forests, and blue mountains and red mountains and red oceans and green oceans and all these different combinations to make a map really stand out. I mean, the map that you can see in the background here is the map of Avernus that I did for the campaign with Guy. And I think that, just having this beautiful red palette for everything really helps set the scene for everything. Like, it's not got a lot of green forests or anything like that, and it really sets the tone for hell. But you can definitely do the same thing if you're, just drawing like a typical fantasy map. So I'm going to show you a few examples and how they kind of help bring together this kind of really interesting and amazing sort of like change in the tone. And I think that you can see here that I've got, three, like a red one, a blue one, and a green forest. And below that, there's a slightly desaturated sort of version of those three things. And I think the green one is is your more typical and generic sort of, everybody sort of seems to think that trees should be green because photosynthesis, you know what I mean. But in fantasy, it doesn't have to be. You know, it can be different. It can be magical. It can be, you know, changed somewhat to suit creatures or a god or a magical anomaly or whatever it is. So it doesn't have to be that color. And that's why I think that sometimes if you have a beautiful blue or green sort of forest or something unusual, again, it just highlights something interesting for your players. And doing that sometimes can really help sort of convey some kind of feeling or understanding. And we'll touch upon that in a second. But for me, I always think that red is a kind of more evil color. It's also warm in a way, but it's certainly more sinister. You know, having a blood red forest screams of like witches and, you know, blood and all this kind of like grubbly. Green is usually quite lush and, you know, sort of it seems like a healthy forest. It seems really sort of, you know, normal. Whereas blue can be very cold and maybe calm and, you know, maybe fey. Maybe it's just, you know, just like little lights bobbing around the forest. So just a simple color change can really change up how, you know, somebody is going to view that forest on your map and in your world. So bear that in mind. Now, I did desaturate all of these. So you have the green desaturation, the blue desaturation, and the red one. And I think that's something interesting to bear in mind. Not only can you change the color, but changing the saturation, perhaps, and the you know the brightness, so you can have a lighter or a much darker color, can also be quite interesting. I mean, for me, having a more desaturated forest for all three of those instantly makes me think that the forest isn't quite healthy enough. Like it's slightly sick, maybe, especially if you contrast that with more vivid things elsewhere in a map. So that's something to bear in mind with color as well. You can signify something merely with a small shift of saturation. So just little things. So now because I just touched upon it with the thing, we'll just talk a little bit about the feel and the senses for some of these map locations. Like if you're drawing a forest, it's very hard to represent it as a thoughtful forest. Yes, the forest is thoughtful. I'm not necessarily suggesting that. But when it comes to you creating the campaign, creating the map, creating the world, because all of these things are synonymous with one another. You know, you're creating all of these things in tandem. You know, you're making a thing, like a setting. But you're going to have a little bit of a thought about what this place is like beyond just drawing it. I mean, you might draw it just haphazardly. You may just throw some things down. But if you think about it a little bit more and you think about how it feels to be in this place, and you add that into the description of whatever sort of map thing, map document, or wherever you have, that can really help you create something interesting as well. Because if you have a horrifying blood red forest, it's going to feel very different to the players exploring it than if it's a calming blood red forest. You know, is it a softly autumny blood red autumn sort of color? Is it very calming and there is a soft breeze? Is the red very different then to a more horrifying red where everything is dripping with blood and there's a Cthulhu coming out of the woods? Well, actually, he'd be coming out of the blood red ocean, but yeah. Well, maybe something else. The point is that can change. It can change a map very quickly if you have that thought in your head about what's going to be there. And sometimes you can represent that, you know, and sometimes you can't, and that's okay. As long as you know, as the map maker, that this is an evil forest, and then you go in there, you're going to be pretty spooked. So as long as that's the case, then that's all good. Just bear that in mind. So this is something that so the history of a place is pretty important. Like on a map, when you're creating interesting locations, the history of this is really hard to represent. So I was wondering whether or not I should include that in this talk today. but it is very important. What determines the look and feel and the color and overall the interest of a map location will pretty much depend on the history. Like, very few fantasy maps are brand new. A lot of them have history. They have ruins and dungeons and peoples that have come before them that have changed the landscape in ways that are not immediately apparent, but you still want to try and, you know, incorporate them in some way. Like if you're creating a fantasy map for Dungeons and Dragons or a role-playing game, you want to add in places for people to go fight monsters, right? And a lot of the time that can include lairs and dungeons and ruins and things. And all these landmarks and things that you place in your map need to have some kind of history. So these are just a few of the things that I was thinking about, where if you think about them in detail, and you think about, like, have there been geological changes to the landscape, you know, that's made this mountain range volcanic? You know, has it split apart and created a chasm? You know, is this something that needs to be incorporated into the name? You know, how do I represent this with cliffs and spiky rocks and things like that? You know, is this the chasm of heat and boiling lava? It's a terrible name. Don't take that. But you know what I mean. Like, I'm terrible with names sometimes. The point is that using all of these things and thinking just a little bit about the history is super, super cool. And you can use that to create more interesting locations. Now, I haven't really talked a lot about magic because, well, magic can be used to explain a lot of things on a map. And that could probably be a whole talk on its own about how you can just take the rules and throw them out the window. But generally speaking, you can also use that in the history to explain why something is the way that it is. You know, why is the blue forest full of fey creatures blue? And that can go back to originally a portal opened 500 years ago and let them all through. So that's something that you need to bear in mind when you're making these decisions, and they can really help you cement sort of a more fleshed out map with more world building sort of, you know, incorporated into every element. So think about that a lot more than, you know, just slapping down some mountains and forests and stuff like that. And now we get to one of the last things on my sort of checklist, which is that I think that one of the things that, and this is probably one of the bigger things that I want to talk about, is in general, when people are making their maps, I find that a lot of the time there's a kind of like a hive mind that gets into people's brains, and everybody thinks that certain elements of a map need to be made up of a certain thing or need to be made in a certain way. I've talked a little bit about how you know, you can change the color and you can change the, you know, the form and the name and all of this kind of stuff, and you can give it a feel. But if you want to change its aspect, if you want to change its meaning, or you want to change what it is, I feel like you need to give it some kind of twist. And that means taking something that was previously something generic and turning it into something else. And before I go on any further with that, my secret word for the raffle later today is Crystal Mountains. Okay, Crystal Mountains. And actually, my little my little list here has a little asterisk to remind people that it's Crystal Mountains. Anyway, so that's the secret word for the raffle. But yes, so if you change something into something else, I think that can really help you in understanding a different kind of fantasy world, a different interesting, amazing fantasy thing that you can add. And just like I said with Crystal Mountains, if you have, you know, this gray sort of mountain that's made up of normal rock and you have no idea what it is, it's just a mountain, why not say to yourself, okay, that's not particularly interesting. Why don't I make it a spirit mountain range, or a spirit mountain, or a ghost mountain, or something like that? Why not make it something like that? Change its adjective, change something about it, change the way that it's described, the way that it's shown on your map potentially. Like, you can make it all turquoisey and, you know, blue or whatever. You don't have to make it gray. You can do whatever. And I think that, again, just like I've been saying for the majority of this talk, that's going to be something that people are going to look at and go, huh, okay. All right, yeah, that's cool. That's interesting. I wonder what's over there. And obviously I have a list here of some of these things that I just sort of came up with at the top of my head, things that you can add on to locations. And say, for example, you wanted a crystal mountain, which is all full of pink crystals and things like that. Not only does that change the map, it changes the world. It changes your campaign, because that crystal mountain range is no longer full of ordinary mountainous creatures. It might then be full of crystal giants, or energy dragons, or, you know, things that are more closely related to whatever you've changed it to. It's no longer the thing that it was, and now it's something else. And that can then bring people, you know, oh, wow, that's cool. I want to go over there. You know what I mean? So all of these are like little colors that I did for these things to say that you can just simply change the color of something as simple as a mountain to represent something like this. Like, it doesn't have to be you don't have to represent a decaying mountain. Like, you don't have to try and represent that. It can just have a color change to look all green and sickly, you know. But when your players are experiencing it as they're running around in a campaign, that's then where you introduce putrid slimes and undead rotting zombies and things like this. You know, it's a different kind of experience, and it really helps you go, whoo. So yeah, so that's really cool. And I think you can add these twists into everything on a map. Well, everything in a world, basically. You don't have to do that, but you can add them into landmarks. You can do this for oceans, as well as anything on the land. You know, imagine having a, you know, like a crystal sea. You know, what does that look like, and what does that mean for your world? Not only how is that represented, but how does everything function around that? And this can be a big thing, or it can be a small thing. You know, you could have a generally normal map, but then you could have something really off the scale and just be like, well, there's actually an elemental forest full of exploding trees. I don't know. But you could do that, and that's immediately something that stands out, something that makes it completely unique to you. Because no matter how hard you try, these combinations are literally endless. You're never going to step on somebody's toes if you go this route, because you'll always be making something that's super cool and totally unique to you, because there's just too many combinations out there. And I think there's definitely room in fantasy sort of map making and world building to create these amazing sort of different and interesting things. And that's basically what I'm trying to talk about in this talk. And pretty much goes through my checklist, right? That goes through everything that I wanted to talk about. It goes through all the climates and biomes that you have, how you can change them up, all the landmarks that you could potentially add and have interesting ones and different names. Like, it doesn't have to be represented that way, just be completely cool. Change the color. Change the color. It'll be cool, I promise. Oh, the feel and senses of things. That one's a little bit more nebulous, but you can still do it. The history is super important. And finally, the twist, which I think is really, really cool. And I think you should try and add that kind of thing into your world building and definitely into your maps. Like, twisting something to make it really cool and really awesome is fine. And the final thing that I want to say on this, before I take any questions, is that you don't have to have all of these things in your world. You could have a pretty generic world. You could have an area of your world that has a grassland and normal mountains and forests and things like that. But then across the mountain range, there's the crystal lands or the corrupted crystal lands or something like that. And that gives a nice sort of like a dichotomy of sort of more generic things, well, not generic, but things that people can relate to and understand, and then something that blows their minds that they want to learn more about. So think about how you can combine all of those things. So anyway, that's my talk. I hope you all had a really interesting, yeah, that's cool. Maybe I'll try that for my next map sort of reaction. And yeah, I guess I'll go on to questions. I do have an offer on my website right now. So this is only for the people watching the stream, really. Which is if you type in Cows Gone Wild into the checkout for any of the stuff on my website, you get 25% off until tomorrow. And with that, I'm going to take some questions. Oh, and finally, I will say the secret word again, just in case anybody missed it. The secret word for the raffle is Crystal Mountains. Crystal Mountains. Because I talked about that a lot. Okay, so the questions that I got were, what program do you use to make maps? Well, I started out using a pen and paper, and that taught me a lot. But eventually I realized that I couldn't get the detail that I wanted with maps. So I started using Photoshop a lot more. But originally when I was hand drawing my maps, what I would do is I would hand draw them onto a piece of paper and I would scan them, and then I would put them into Photoshop. And in Photoshop, I would then color them. And eventually I decided that that was a stupid workflow and I might as well just make them all in Photoshop, which is how I've been making maps now for probably the last 1.5 years, maybe closer to 2 years now. Photoshop is a good program for me because I'm used to it. It might not be great for you. There are a lot of other free and good programs and things to use. So don't feel like you have to use Photoshop. What's this one? How do you solve the need for interesting names for storytelling perspectives versus the normal human tendency to use boring names? So I have a super interesting story that's only really interesting to me, but it's kind of funny. But when I started out DMing my own campaigns, I realized something had happened because the players pointed it out and I completely didn't realize. But I called everything stone something. So the first location they came across in the world was called Stonebridge. And then there was I think it was a stone keep or something that they came across a little bit later, like a couple of sessions later. And then the major town that they went to, it was kind of like a small city that they went to do a lot of stuff. Guess what it was called? Stonekeep. No. Stoneport. Fucked up my own story. Anyway, the thing is that you have this sort of like thing in your brain that I totally have, where you create these cool names for things, but unfortunately to other people they probably sound a bit dumb and a bit generic. You can try and fix that with name generation and just generally trying to think about more interesting things that would be named after more interesting things in those places. So instead of Stoneport, I should have called it, the Battle Keep Land. Oh, that's a terrible name as well. Look, I'm terrible with names. You shouldn't really ask me for advice about naming. But yeah, there are some things out there that you can try and do, that you can try and help you generate different names and think outside the box. And generally speaking, that it's just hard. It's naming things is hard. I mean, even in history, when people were like, naming things and then drawing maps and things like that, they would call things stupidly generic names. Like one of the cultures that had come into one place would call it hill. This is the hill. And then another culture would come along and call it the hill, but they would keep the original name. So it would be like the Tor Hill. And then another culture would come along and go, what's the name for that? It's the Tor Hill. Oh, well, we want to call it something else. So we'll add our cultural name onto it. So it'll be the Hail Tor Hill. And then it's like hill. It's stupid and it's dumb. And trust me, you'll never get satisfied with your names. You'll always be like, yeah, this could be better. How do you recommend 3D maps where some places are over another, like in Sharn, the City of Towers, or the Underdark? Ah, okay. So representing more 3D spaces rather than, you know, globe sort of traditional maps. That's super interesting. And I think the only way you can really do it is to either make multiple maps for different levels, or you draw it with a high degree of perception, or, you know, you tilt it so that there's a more higher like side view or whatever that is. One is obviously more work, and the other is obviously very difficult to visualize, but it's pretty much the only way that you can really represent 3D spaces in any good way. Like if you look at the city of Shan, that's represented in a lot of maps, or a lot of books in Eberron and stuff like that, you can see that there's like multiple levels, and they try and map out each level as it sort of goes up. That's pretty much the only way you can do it, because either that, of course, or you make a 3D map. Like you make a map you can sort of go around, but that's pretty difficult as well. So yeah, generally I find that that's tough, and not really solved at this point in the map making world. I don't think it's ever something you can truly get to grips with. But generally, if I was tackling Shan, I'd draw multiple levels. So I'd draw the base, and then the next level, and the next level, and the next level, and have like 6 maps. Or how many levels are there? Anyway, how would you map out underwater locales like a merfolk city on a world map? Okay, so this goes back to another map that I actually made for Guy for our other campaign. So I talked about Avernus earlier, but I made a map for our Ghost of Saltmarsh campaign, and in that map, basically what I did was I created contour lines for depth in the oceans. So if you look at a more traditional top-down map, it has contour lines where things will gradually get deeper and deeper and deeper. And that's how I decided. So I did the world like this, like you can see here, you know, with all the mountains and the trees and rivers, but the oceans had depth to them. So what that meant was that I could place cities for merfolk and shark guys. Can't remember the name of the shark. What was the name of the race for the shark dudes? The Sharkan. Thank you, voice in my ear. So these people had like all their cities and their villages and things at different levels in different places in the ocean. So that represented where they would be and how deep they would be and where they. So there was a really cool pit that was full of kraken, where the kraken went to nest or whatever, which was really like dark and black and, you know, horrible. So I think that's a really good way of representing ocean. If ocean is the thing that you're focusing on, or you want to have a lot more detail in, I think that technique is really cool. So yeah, do that. What tools do you use to make your maps? So I think, generally speaking, I mean, I only really use Photoshop to color my maps. So I'll only ever really use, you know, the coloring and the way of drawing like line art and things like that. And apart from that, I mean, obviously I use a tablet, so I have like a, you know, like a little Wacom tablet, so I don't use anything fancy. I know some people like to use big tablets that you can actually draw on. You know, you can look at it and you can see where your pen is moving. And I think that if I was starting out, you know, as a map maker today, I think I would prefer that in some ways. But I've learned over years to sort of get my hand-eye coordination to the point where I can draw like quite accurately with, you know, without looking down at the thing, the tablet. So that's great for me. And apart from that, I don't use anything else. Obviously, I have a computer, and that's it. So just those 2 things: pen and tablet and Photoshop. That's all I need. So I think that's what you could really use to do stuff. Any tips for creating city maps and city scenes? So I've actually not drawn a huge amount of city maps. I tend to focus more on battle maps and world maps and region maps. And that's not because city maps aren't super interesting. I think that city maps are really cool. And I've drawn like that city map, which is the City of Glass, which was an amazing project. And it can be incredibly rewarding especially if you're running a campaign in a city. You want to know what's going on in the city, so you need to draw a map for it. In 99.9% of all cases. But I think the major tip that I would say is get used to drawing rectangles a lot, and study city plans, blueprints for cities and things, and learn a little bit more about how cities function, what's in them, what you need to include. If this is a fantasy medieval kind of city, it's probably going to have defensive walls, but does it have warehouses for storing food, markets, defensive, all these different kinds of things that you need to have for a functioning city, and make sure that you've got them in there. Because it's not just full of squares like houses. It's not just cities aren't built like that. They need to have things to service the people that are in them. And that can really help make a more believable and interesting map. If you have districts that are walled off from one another, then that creates a more interesting social thing. So you can try and do that. But generally speaking, you can just include or add as many of the required elements into the city map to make it more real. What advice would you give to somebody who wants to make a map but can't draw? Even using map programs, I find myself staring at a blank slate, not knowing where to start. Start with a concept. I think the biggest block for starting a map from scratch is a good concept. It has to start with that, and then you can move on and create something that you want to create. It's no good, like I was saying at the beginning and throughout this talk, creating a generic map, because creating something with forests and mountains and rivers, it's been done before. There's millions of maps like that in the world. But if you want to make something that's unique to you, you need to think, how is this special to me? And how is this special as an idea that I want to progress and want to write about and want to map about and want to have a campaign in? So yeah, start with that. And it can be something really simple. Say your concept is just a red desert. You want to have a map that's just a red desert, because you want to have a desert campaign. You want it to be a little bit different, and you want it to be a little bit special. So you've just got something super simple to start with. And that can then motivate you to say, okay, so I have this concept. Where do I go from here? I need a big blank space that I can just pour in some sand. And then what kind of stuff do I want in there? I need races and cities and things. I place down some landmarks. And then you have your map. It can be as simple as that. It doesn't have to be super complicated, but it does have to, I think, start with some kind of concept that sparks your brain. Do you have any assets for sale on Dungeon Draft? Yes, I do. So Till released the marketplace last month, and I've got assets. All of my complete packs, I think, should be up there now. I think I just finished the desert pack, which is going to be going up on the Dungeon Fog marketplace soon. So that's going to be the next one up there. But yeah, I've got a bunch of stuff up on Dungeon Fog that you can grab and use to make wonderful battle maps. I haven't really talked about battle maps in this. It's been more of a world map, region map talk. But a lot of this same information can be used for making battle maps. So yeah, if you want to re-watch this entire thing later and just think, oh, this is useful for battle maps, feel free. Would designing 3D maps be easier with 3D modeling programs like Blender? Yes. Okay, next question. No, yes, it would be. Designing 3D maps is I find, depending on the amount of 3D, let's take an example that some people might know about, other people might not, but there's a concept in Warhammer 40k called a hive world, or a hive world, or hive city, whatever you want to call it, where there's a huge amount of verticality in the city itself. So there's a lot of levels, there's a lot of depth, there's massive towers full of people, there's, just, you know, under levels and under levels and all of this kind of like, you know, a lot of stuff that you can't really represent with a traditional top-down map, because you'd only see really the tops of the towers. It would be very unsatisfying. But if you had the ability and the inclination and the time, then making that in a 3D program would be amazing, because you'd then be able to, you know, work out where you were, zoom around, you know, rotate things and go, oh, okay, they're in this area and they need to go all the way down into this area to fix the turbines or whatever it is. And I think that that would be really cool. And I don't think that's explored very much. There's not a lot of ways that you can do that with any map making programs out there. It's very, very hard. But if you wanted to do it yourself with Blender or another program, yeah, do it. It'll be super cool. But I imagine it would take you a very long time. Have you had a look at Dungeon Fog's Project Deus? If yes, what is your opinion on it? Yes, I've had a look at it. I think it's very cool. I'm not sure if that's a troll question. If that's legit. If it's legit, yes. I'm helping make Project Deus. So I love it. It's probably like I don't have the resources to make my own map making program, so I'm getting Till to make one for me. No, I don't have that much creative control, but I work quite closely with Till, and we've been working on Project Deus now since way before the Kickstarter even launched. Till originally approached me, I don't know, like half a year, maybe 8 months before the Kickstarter was even launched. So we worked on it pretty much from the get-go. So I've been making the assets for that. And I think that in a way, that's going to be my attempt to try and solve some of the problems that I find when I'm world building and map making. Try and like streamline the process, you know, make it so that you don't have to draw the coastline in detail. You know, the program does it for you. You don't have to draw all the trees in the forest. You know, you draw a brush and it creates that forest for you, with hopefully as much detail that I draw in my maps, or as close to as possible. That makes the whole process of map making just that much, you know, faster. Because not everybody has the time to make maps. You know, map making is a slow process, especially if you hand draw it. Some of my maps take hundreds of hours to create. So it is something that's, yeah, time sensitive. How do you determine scale for your battle maps? I generally start with something that is easily relatable. So a chair or a table or something that is, everybody understands how big it is. And then you make everything from that. So you might have that one prop that is the baseline. And then everything else from that is then like, oh, well, how big is a tree in relation to a chair? Oh, it's probably about twice the size. Actually, a tree would be far bigger than twice the size of a tree. Maybe it's a small tree. Anyway, the point is that once you have the singular thing, you can then make everything else sort of match that. And that's pretty much how I make my assets and maps for battle maps. I think that's worked pretty well so far. One of the things I will say about battle maps that I find that I like to do, but not everybody likes this approach, is that I like to make things a little bigger in battle maps, because I find that they can be a little bit more readable, and you can just experience them in a little bit of a more heroic scale. Sometimes I find that a lot more realistic battle maps can be a little bit tiny and hard to navigate. So I like things a little bigger. Question, and assets for Dungeon Draft and Wonder Draft? Yes. K-Tech has been working on those over the last few months to bring all of my sketch assets and my battle map assets into both Wonder Draft and Dungeon Draft. So if you sign up to my Patreon, which I haven't talked about at all, you can find all of that stuff and you can download it. There's actually a master post on my Patreon where you can go and you can go, this is all good stuff. And you can then, you know, download what you want and use it for Wonder Draft and Dungeon Draft. There's also a Foundry pack as well. So if you want my battle maps and my tokens in Foundry, you can go and download the free Foundry pack, which is, there's a link on my website and there's a link on the Foundry site. So that's all cool. So you can use my stuff in as many programs as you like. And I'm also thinking about doing a few other different platforms, like supporting a few other different platforms in the future. Some of my stuff is actually going up on Roll20 at the moment because the store is pretty big. A lot of people use Roll20. So some of my stuff is going up there. And in the future, I'll support more stuff as well. So yeah, I think that's it for my questions. So I think I'm still got plenty of time, like 9 minutes. But yeah, generally, I think that, oh no, I've got a quick question. How do you scale your world maps? That can kind of be the same thing as battle maps. It's the same kind of, when you're drawing a world map, I usually have a system, like a checklist, the same as I have in this talk. So I typically always make the coastlines first, then I'll make the mountains, then I'll draw the rivers, then I'll draw the forests, then I'll plop down landmarks and settlements and things like that. And I think that that process inherently allows you to create a good scale. Because once you have the coastlines down and you draw a single mountain, you can then go, okay, that's the standard size mountain. This is a bigger mountain. This is a smaller mountain, and so on and so on and so forth. And then you can create the trees around it, and then you can create the settlements. So I think having the same thing where you have a single thing, like a single mountain or a single tree, whatever it is, everything is then scaled appropriately to that one thing. And that can actually be a little bit more loose and nebulous than battle maps, because the way I like to draw world maps and region maps is representational in a lot more of a way than making assets for a battle map. You know, you can make stuff up a lot of the time, and as long as the line art is consistent and it has the same sort of color, like for example, if you look at this map that we've got in the background of where I'm talking now, you can see that there's a crystal thing sticking out of the forest here. It's got a little purple glow. Now, you don't know how big that crystal is necessarily, like it's sticking out of the forest, so it's massive, but how big is that forest? How big is that crystal? You know, it could be hundreds of meters into the sky, or it could just be sticking its little crystal head out of the forest. You don't know, and I think that's only really able to be described when you're playing or when you're, you know, writing little descriptions for locations and things like that. So generally speaking, it's a little looser for world maps. How do you approach battle maps for epic battles like a Kraken, an Ancient Dragon, or a Tarask, both in size and specific elements? That's really interesting, and I think the only way you can really do it is draw something as a movable token, or as something that you can then manipulate in a virtual tabletop. I think having a static map for something that's a creature or something that's inherently something that you're battling needs to have something big. That's why when I drew the Tiamat token is humongous. It's the biggest token I've ever made. Because if you play with that in a game, you can have players riding on top of Tiamat and, you know, smacking her in the head while another player is hanging on for dear life on her tail or whatever. Obviously, the idea of fighting Tiamat is terrifying, but some people want to do it. So generally speaking, like as we're drawing the monster manual, I've been drawing that with KTech for the last year and a half. We're going to get to the Tarask. That's going to be a really big token that you can then put on your map, and you can use that to create an interesting encounter. You can have it as a static map if you wanted to, but generally speaking, I think it works a lot better if you can sort of move it a little bit or react to players attacking it or doing things. And I think that's an interesting way of creating a different kind of encounter. So you could have something that's like a Tarask, and you could, you know, have weak points on the Tarask that you need to destroy in order to actually kill it and stuff like that. So you'd have to sort of homebrew a lot of that stuff because it's not really in 5th edition, but that generally makes it a much more interesting and you know, cool encounter. How do you make your map's color palettes feel so cohesive? Using desaturated red for a blood forest is one thing, but how do you pair that with the Viridian City and the Fey Mountain? Gradients. And again, I mean, like I said before, you don't have to. So before I go on to what I said with gradients, you don't have to have all of those things in a map. That might look very chaotic. You can, if you want to, and that would be a challenge in and of itself. But what I would suggest is that if you are going to have, say this mountain was made of crystal and this forest was a normal forest, what you would do instead is you'd have this crystal mountain with all pinks and purples and blues, and then you might blend the color into the trees. So whatever has come off of the mountain, or whatever the mountain is made of, has maybe changed the trees around it, perhaps. You know, you bleed that color out and you create this gradient where you've got the pinks and they blend into the green, sorry. And you can do that with any color palette that you like. In this color palette, for example, there's a lot of color in here. You've got these whites, these white blues, you've got these really vivid blues, you've got greens, and you've got yellows. And the reason that it all works together is because there's a gradient going from the top to the bottom. Even in places like the forests, next to the mountains, they're darker, and then away from the mountains, they're lighter, because it gets deeper and more, you know, there's more undergrowth, and it's like more ancient and less disturbed the deeper you go, you know. So that's kind of my thought process here. But yeah, just generally speaking, making gradients from the top of the map to the bottom of the map, or from the side of the map to the other side of the map, from one corner to another, and even gradients within gradients, where you've got lighter colors near the edges of things, lighter colors on the top of mountains, darker colors at the bottom of mountains. This is all an aesthetic kind of thing that you slowly start to learn as you're doing your maps. And the only thing I can really suggest is start out with some basic color, and then just start adding like a few different highlights, a few different shadows, seeing if that works. And if it doesn't, move on to another map, try the different process again. That's how I've started learning that stuff for myself, and that's how I've been doing that for my own maps. So it's a kind of like a trial and error, but there's also a few tips and tricks for that. And yeah, I think that's all the questions we've got. So I think that's all my time I've got anyway. So I just want to say thank you very much to everybody for listening to me talk for an hour about maps. Up next is the wonderful round table, where I'm not really sure what we're going to be doing. I think we're going to be shouting over one another for a while, but it should be fun. Yeah, thank you very much. I'm going to now desperately try and find my end screen. Yes, I did it. And yes, thank you all for watching, and I'll see you all in about 15 minutes. I think we can have a quick break. Goodbye.
Okay, we're here. Oh my goodness, it's broken because I
Oh,
forgot to
no.
do the thing.
We are-
Wait, where's
Oh,
Till?
no.
Where's Till?
Yeah, Legion.
Right, there we go. No,
I'm here.
wrong people.
Hi.
Right,
And
the
I'm
wrong
here.
people.
But now I'm Caeora.
There we go.
It's
Almost.
like musical chairs.
It is. It was musical windows. Yeah, absolutely. All right, tell us what we have.
Janet.
Hello,
Yes.
Till.
Yes. What? Things, places, things. We're doing a raffle. So it's time, guys, for the mega raffle. We've been talking about the mega raffle all day. And yeah, it's finally time for the final word. The final word is kick-ass. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, with that, we will share the
The
raffle
link.
form.
Exactly.
And I'm going to pop it right here.
I-
I'm going to pop it into here as well. So you should have it everywhere now. You need to go into that form. The final word, the fifth word, is kick-ass. And you guys should have the previous words from each of our talks. So each of us gave a word during our talk. You need to put that into the form. There's a little bit in there as well where you can give us some feedback. We'd really appreciate that. That would be very, very helpful because we would love to do this again. Let us know if we should. And if we do, we'd like to make it even better. So yeah, make sure that feedback goes in. There's also a little bit where if you're a World Anvil user, you can put in your username and we will give you a digital badge because you attended our con. Yeah. So make sure you do that.
Kick-ass is one word.
Yes. It doesn't matter too much because of the way that we're drawing it. So spellings can be forgiven.
The
But yeah,
computer
kick-ass,
is-
one word.
The computer is kind today.
Yes.
The computer is cunning like a fox.
I have a quick question. How long
Ye-
do people have to submit the raffle?
I'm going to say 30 minutes.
30 minutes, I think it's a fair time.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, I will draw 30 minutes, yes.
Is that correct?
While we are answering questions, and speaking of, please ask questions in the chat with question, all in caps, and then your question, and we will answer it in due time. Hopefully.
As long as it's about creating kick-ass campaigns.
Yeah, I mean, you could ask us questions about, you know,
Air velocity sparrows.
astrophysics, but we probably won't answer any of those questions. I mean, we could give it a go, but we probably won't be able to. Not our areas of expertise.
Sounds like a new talk show. Give it a go.
Yeah, just give it a go.
Reach the moon on Give It a Go. Yeah.
How far did you get? 5 meters, really? Pretty
In
terrible.
all directions as it exploded.
Yeah.
Dear, oh dear. Let's jump into some questions that have been asked already. And that would be whoever's asking World Anvil questions. Which is...
Oh, me. That's me. Question to World Anvil. Where should I start building my campaign setting?
That is such a good question, and I'm not surprised that that one came in today because we get asked that question all the time, right?
Pretty much every session, every time we have a stream, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Any thoughts? Do you want to take this one?
Oh, please, go ahead.
So, basically, it's like any project. You start by figuring out what it's supposed to do. You start with your motivation, right? If your motivation is, I want to freak the crap out of my players, well, you know you're writing a horror campaign setting, and you can start thinking about that and how you're going to make it and what's going to appeal to those players. If you start by thinking, I want to make something which I can eventually publish, then you'll be thinking with a different set of criteria. We actually have what we call the world building meta on World Anvil. Now, this is a section where you can create that overview of your motivation, which will help inform all of those first decisions that you need to make when you're building a campaign.
In order
Things
to
like,
build the base of your world.
Exactly,
It's not about
things-
just the campaign, it's also the world and as an extension of the campaign.
absolutely. So the genre and the scope that you're playing in, things like the tech level that you're starting with, all of these are questions that your players will be asking right off the bat. So these are things that you need to start by thinking about, and that it then will give you all sorts of information that you can extrapolate to start building that player primer, which is honestly the next thing really you should start thinking about.
I just want to chip in and say, yeah, thank you very much, World Anvil. But somebody has asked, I didn't get the instructions for the raffle. Apparently your volume is a little lower than everyone's. I don't think. You're fine.
Yeah.
So the instructions are basically, there is a link that we have sent into the chat. We can send it again now. where you click on it and you input all of the secret words that you've got from the talks. And also the last word, the fifth one, which is kick-ass, which is one word or two words, doesn't matter. And then you input those into the Google form, you click send, and then we'll reveal the winner in half an hour at the end of this talk.
Right, there you go. World Anvil, who do you have a question for?
We have a question for Dungeon Fog here, and this is a great one. So this is essentially, would you build a battle map for every single encounter, or should you only build one for important encounters? How do you decide what you should be building for, essentially?
I used to create maps for everything just because I had so much fun doing them, but I have kind of stopped doing that because I think you should build maps for encounters only where it makes sense and where the map itself enriches the encounter. Which doesn't mean that you could still do your just for yourself. Like if you, let's picture you have a big dungeon. You could do all the areas of the dungeon as an overview map just for yourself. So it's a fast way of referencing what room connects to which room, where do they go. But I would never play, like hardly ever play in the hallways between connecting rooms, unless it is a chase situation and it is part of the story or the engagement that is happening at the moment on this map. So basically, I wouldn't do all rooms of a dungeon. I would do the important ones only.
Can I jump in there?
Yeah, absolutely.
Of course, please.
Absolutely, what you were saying was right. You don't want to have to just create thousands of maps. At the same time, something that I've found really, really useful is to go, all right, well, I need a tavern because my players are always going to taverns, and I need a jail or a prison, and I needed this. So I personally have a stock of about 20 different locations that if on the fly my characters decide to go, oh, we're going into the library, I have a library map if I want to put an encounter into that. And yes, they are generic, and I remember this must have been, my goodness, this was in the days before we even had computers, actually. But I used to hand draw at the dark times. I used to draw all of my maps on paper, on graph paper. I remember my mother used to come into my room and say, "What do you need all this graph paper for?" I'm like, "It's maps. I'm drawing maps, mother." And my players knew when I was going through my portfolio as they walked into somewhere, and I'd pull out a map. They'd go, "Oh, we remember that coffee stain. That's his standard Star Destroyer map, or that's his temple map, or that's his this map," because I didn't draw enough of them, and but
yeah, I'm doing this. I'm doing the same thing. Like I usually when I prep my games, I have kind of 3 random encounter maps that I draw that I can quickly pull to play on them. But it gets more complicated when you're in a dungeon or in a specific temple, for example. Because do you really create random temple rooms? I don't think so. So the second you go into a dungeon, you basically prep for specific areas where combat takes place. And yeah.
I have a follow-up question, Till.
I think Caeora raised his finger before you.
He's trying to go home. I mean...
No! I have a point to make. So when Guy was talking in his talk, I have a very similar philosophy when it comes to designing maps and campaigns and things like that. And it's something that I always have ingrained into my brain, which one of my old lecturers at university told me about, which is that it's kind of like a complete mind. I can't say that on the stream. It just screws with you, but you can plan to improvise. So you can plan to then later on do things during your game that require improvisation. So you can come up with tables, you can come up with maps that you might pull on the fly. You can do all of these things that then in the moment you can draw upon.
So creating a game isn't necessarily drawing one point to one point to one point to another point. It can be collecting loads of random tut and then pulling up that and pulling on those strings and bringing them all together when you need them.
Absolutely, and also it's absolutely allowed to ask for a short pause. Like if you need a break, if you're like, oh no, they turned left and I prepped right, then take the time. Say, okay, guys, that's the perfect time. Who needs to go to the bathroom? Go now. Grab a drink. We will continue in a second, and then I would just quickly dive somewhere, most likely in the public library of Dungeon Fork, and pull out a map that I can quickly inject in my game, and I'm like, I was prepped, I just needed a break.
Yeah, absolutely. The other thing, of course, is don't be afraid to just grab a pen and paper and sketch when the maps run out. Like, it doesn't have to be a beautiful map to scale. It can be a sketch, and you can do theater of the mind, and you can say, you are here on this little dot, and they are there on that little dot. Off we go. Yes, you're about 30 feet away.
Okay.
What do you do?
I think I have a... Sorry, Jimmy, go.
Oh no, please continue. It will be more logical than what I'm about to say. So continue.
I wanted to, because I saw that there is a great question, a follow-up question to Guy, that kind of fits the topic. So if you don't mind, let me quickly ask Guy, how do you know that you've prepped enough?
Great question.
When your brain starts to turn to jello and your blood is on the page, or before that, depending on how dedicated a GM you are. I think the answer to how do you know that you've prepped enough is, in my opinion, if you are someone who is experienced and you know basic story structure, hopefully, then you're prepped. Again, in my opinion, once you can launch your first event and your trigger. And if that's what I was talking about, obviously, this evening. But once you know where you're going to start and what basic things you need for that start, I would say you've got enough anyway for a session 0 at the very least. If it's your first adventure, that's fine as well. Now, obviously, sitting in chat with me are people who would like you to prepare more than just that, like world lore and stuff like that. So, that is very useful, and maybe having a world map would be really nice as well if you need one. But again, I think from my perspective, it is a case of how big is your first adventure? Does your first adventure require your players to know the entire geography of the world? Does your first adventure require your players to know more than what they needed to know in character creation? And so whatever you limited them to in character creation is really the extent that you need to bother about in terms of your world building for your first adventure. At least that's what I say.
One of the things I'll add to this is that we're all quite experienced DMs, like in the sense that we've probably been playing for years, all of us combined, decades.
All of us combined probably a lifetime, some more.
Yeah. So our experience of how this works is based on all the experience that we've had. If you're starting out playing D&D, it's gonna take you a bunch of time to get used to it and figuring out how long a certain thing will flow from one adventure, from one session to another. You're gonna over prepare, you're gonna under prepare, you're gonna run out of things, you're gonna have too many things, you're gonna have all of this stuff ready to go, and then they never go there. This is the kind of thing that everybody experiences, everybody figures out. You get a rhythm of how your players want to do things, and then you that's just the nature of D&D.
I also think that a good answer for that, because none of these are really helpful in terms of, well, you have to prepare 22.3 paragraphs and 1,000 words. I think exactly what you're saying, Caeora, is that you learn over time that you will never be able to anticipate what your players are going to do. So what you realize is that you will most likely be improvising a huge amount of information. It doesn't matter how much you've prepped. And sometimes if you over prep, you prevent yourself from being able to overcome that because you're frantically trying to remember what you prepped rather than just going with the flow. So how much you prepare is how much really do you enjoy just exploring the space that you're in, know that you're going to have to do that anyway, but then also realize that you as a GM, you're going to have a strength, you're going to have weaknesses. If your strengths are preparing and writing down amazing amounts of information and cataloging and really digging into it, and you enjoy doing that, then that's what you should be doing. If you are someone like me and you're like, I prefer to make it up on the fly, or I like making it up on the fly, I personally enjoy doing that because then I have in my head mental gymnastics going, wait, I just created a god. I don't have pantheons and stuff, but now I need to because I've created this god and I gave a little bit of information on it. The player didn't ask for more, so after the session, I can now go and develop an entire pantheon, for example, and then figure out why it hasn't been part of the story thus far.
Yeah.
And
That's just
exactly
me, Janet.
What I wanted to jump in on is that it's great to improvise, and a lot of people think they have to be terribly prepped for session 1. Ironically, that's the time that you need to be less prepped because there's less established in your world, right? Any GM who's been doing this for a while doesn't front load building the entire campaign session for session 1. What they do is they do exactly what Guy says, and exactly what a lot of us do, which is they throw out seeds and they start establishing things and they see what their players ask questions about, which is what we were talking about today. And then whatever their players go, that's interesting, they write a little note, and then later you go away and you expand that note into 3 sentences. And if they ask more questions, you expand that into 6 sentences. And you expand it as much as you need so that you're not building a ton of crap that you're then not going to want to use later, or you're going to find yourself throwing your players towards that they don't want to go towards. It's an ergonomic process. Actually, it's exactly what we talk about with agile world building, right? That's what we were talking about last year. It's building based on the situation that your players are presenting and what they're excited about and what you came up with in session, right? It all twists together to form this beautiful communal story. And then the way you prep for the next session is just expanding whatever you've done, whatever you said in a few words, you just expand to a few sentences. That's plenty.
I have a confession to make.
Yeah.
I have started playing D&D when I was 7 years old. I am playing now for 32 years, non-stop.
Wow.
As a GM.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's hardcore.
In those 32 years, the first time of my life, I'm preparing an actual adventure now because I'm building my own system.
Yeah.
I have never written a single adventure before that.
Wow.
What I do is that I build the world and I build things that are in motion.
Yeah.
And then I let my players play into them
Yeah.
and improvise and build on it. That's how I have played every single campaign so far in my lifetime as a storyteller.
Yeah.
Amazing. I would like to inject one last advice for people who are like, well, but can I have a practical tip? Maybe. That is, you're allowed to ask your players at the end of the session what they're planning to do next, which gives you a lot of space of planning. Because, I mean, if they're like my players, they've forgotten what they told me last time and they will do something completely different anyways. But at least you can kind of learn of their plans so that you can prep for that. So it's totally fine. I often ask, okay, what are you going to do next? And in the recap, I would then bring that up and say, oh, and you've planned to do this in this session.
This
so
reminds me of something that I heard from a Critical Role story. This isn't spoilers, don't worry. Where one of the players was talking about how he's handed Matt Mercer a note about his background, and he never heard anything about that for 2 years. And Matt had wrapped it in barbed wire, put it in a jar of acid, and thrown it into a shark-infested pool of water, figuratively, in terms of just taking that and running with it for that amount of time and using that to build something. So it's really, really a cool sort of thing that you can just use your players for their, you know, for all your ideas.
Mine backstories.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Totally. That's what they're there for, right?
That's
It's
what
what
we're
we were
discussing.
talking about
Yeah,
today
exactly,
is like mine your players' backstories and don't feel you have to front load those. Don't feel you have to be in session 2. Ah, I see you are an orphan. It's time to introduce some parents. like Caeora just said, you can really sit on that for a long time before you introduce the fact that, you know, they're the son of the big bad or whatever. You know, wait until that dramatic moment and use that as your ace up your sleeve. You just have that. You can improvise the dramatic moment when it seems appropriate, right? You don't have to plan to use that. You can just hold it in reserve and play it when it's a good moment.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's 3 questions in half an hour, so we may have to speed
There
this
we
up.
Okay, so I've got one here for Dungeon Fog and for Caeora. Sorry, I was getting excited here. It is a technical question. With Project Deos, which wasn't really mentioned on the stream very much. I mean, we know that Project Deos is coming. What makes it different from other tools in terms of making maps? Just
I
very
can
briefly.
answer that.
Well, there you go.
I can answer that real quick. It's really cool and you can do all of it. So you'll be able to do everything that you want to do to make worlds. You make your battle maps, you make your city maps, you make your world maps, you make your star system maps, and you put them all together to make all your maps. It's a map making tool for map making for all your different kinds of maps. That's why we're making it. It's not a battle map making tool. It's not a world map making tool. It's all of them in one, and you should be able to like, go between them and make worlds with them. So it's really cool in that respect. No other map making.
Also integrated with World Anvil.
And you can integrate it with World Anvil. And
it is painted by Caeora.
And it's going to have all my assets in it because I'm making
consulted by Guy.
look with it, and also helping Till with the design for it. So it actually does map making things, and it's cool. You should really be excited for it because I am, because it's basically my personal map making thing. Sorry, Till. It's
really hard to add anything to this pitch. You did amazing. Thank you. So yeah, it's an all-in-one tool with interconnected maps, and our goal is to make it as versatile as possible. So yeah, keep an eye out for it. Follow along.
That was an easy question. What's the next one?
Well, Till, just quickly, how can people find out more about this Project Deos if they're interested?
Just go to the Dungeon Fork website. If you go to dungeonfork.com/Deus, you will get directly on the Deus landing page. You can also find our developers blog on Kickstarter. So you can find all those links on the Dungeon Fork website.
And there's a link in chat. Somebody's linked. Very nice.
I'll share
Perfect.
that on
Thank you.
both chats. Thanks to Lazarus there. All right. So, any more questions? There's lots of questions.
Loads of questions.
I don't want to be the one asking all the questions. I can. I mean.
Okay. I'll ask a question for Guy. When not planning, this is in brackets, not planning in brackets, a session, how detailed do you suggest prepping? Oh, have we answered that? We've answered that.
Well, yeah. How detailed do you suggest prepping the event or the trigger, if at all?
Yeah.
I know that I was speeding through that because I seriously ran over time in terms of that. But I would say that you need to be comfortable that if your players sit down at the table, that you can run that, that you have a location, you have an objective for the players to achieve, or at least you have something for your players to be involved in, and that's really all you need. Anything else is going to be up to them. So if you're planning on starting your game and that they're walking down a road and they're going to meet a merchant, well, that's all you need, is just to know what the merchant is, what he has, what he wants, what his goals are, and why or what is going to happen to him as the PCs encounter him. So obviously then on the back end, if you have some maps prepared and you've got some other monsters or things in the area as well, that makes sense. If you're really free-forming it and sandboxing it, you're going, well, it's an attack in a forest, having a couple monster stats for the forest area, if you even use monster stats. I don't, but if you do, you can have those jotted down. You can have some descriptions about that forest jotted down. If it's one of Caeora's Blood Cthulhu forests, which he was including, that's absolutely fine as well. Just know that you've got this. So just make some notes to help yourself. One of the things that I always say is that part of our imagination is research. And if you think about it, when you are building your world, when you're putting your world together, you are effectively researching your own world. And so the more research you do into your own world, the better prepared your imagination will be to then start to add in stuff on the fly. So if they're walking through a forest and you have written up a paragraph on how that forest works in World Anvil, you don't have to remember it specifically, but you have some knowledge on that forest. So now you can have some encounters in that forest. Anyway, Dimitris.
No, this is not related to that. I would like to say to people, my God, I think my voice is closing. I would like to say that in 5 minutes from now, we have to close the raffle entries.
The mega raffle.
So make sure that you haven't already do it now, because in 5 minutes I will be exporting that into the generator to actually get the winner.
I'm just putting that form
I'll
that
drop it into
one
chat,
more
Janet,
time.
don't worry.
I've
So-
seen a question I want to answer.
Oh.
That breaks all the rules. Is that okay?
No, go for it.
Rules are meant to be broken.
Yes, I'm going to do it. It's a great question. It makes me really happy. What makes an interesting starting location for writers/GMs instead of a tavern or a war battle or something, so that the world building also becomes captivating?
I think
Wait, before you
everybody
answer
should
this, I was going to say to everybody, we should all come up with on the fly an improvised location.
Yes, I
Yes.
agree. Who starts? Guy, you first.
Me. Okay, an improvised location would be the outhouse on a military garrison post at the edge of the planet, overlooking a giant ocean filled with writhing tentacles.
Bounty hunter style.
Okay. Yeah, that's very bounty huntery, isn't it?
I'm sorry, I may be obsessed with something at the moment.
Yes, yes. Your mind has been on one thing recently.
Caeora, do you have one?
No. I mean, at the moment,
Have one.
my brain is going
Till then.
something with tentacles. Something
Wait, you came up with the
Something with
question. You should have one.
Cthulhu.
Tentacles.
Well, no,
Oh,
I
have one.
wanted to ask all of you, and then I was gonna come up with
Well-
something after you'd all said something, and now, yeah. No, I would probably say that one of the most interesting locations for me personally is something unexpected that doesn't normally happen in a game. So, don't start it in a tavern, don't start it in a jail cell, don't start it on a ship. Start it in a weird, wacky location like a Cthulhu blood red forest with blood dripping down, and there's a corpse on the ground next to you, and you don't know who it is, and your memory's gone, and you're like, "Oh my God, is he my brother, or is he trying to kill me?" And now your game started. So, I think that is the kind of thing that can make an interesting campaign.
Yeah, which is pretty much what I wanted to talk about, essentially, is don't feel like you have to start in a tavern because that's what people do. Dig into your story, the themes of your story that you think you want to tell, and
Yeah.
also into your genre. If you are playing horror, start in a graveyard at midnight. Why the hell not? If you are playing space fantasy, start in the wreckage of your former spaceship on a forgotten moon somewhere. Well, crap. How are we going to get out of this one? And not only does that launch you into the plot in media res, right? It also launches you into the setting in a very real way. You have to interact with it, but it's also 100% evocative of the kind of story you want to tell. If it's a murder mystery, you can start by digging into those sort of murder mystery elements even before someone's dead, right? If you want to. Or you can start standing over a corpse. You know what? The murder mystery has begun. What do you do now?
So what's
that's
your
what-
location?
my location is the graveyard at midnight.
Oh,
What's
My
yours,
loca-
Jimmy?
mine. Well, I am tired, so I will not apologize. But in the middle of a massive jungle, on top of a pyramid, naked and covered in honey.
That's how you get ants.
That's
And
how
I
you
was
get
about to
that.
say, and a massive amount of funds are coming towards you.
Yep.
That's very,
I think we're all on the
that's
same
very
vein. That
close
is a
to
very
my suggestion, though, which was if you're having the big bad at the end of your campaign, you start in the intestines, being digested by the big bad and being, well, ejected somehow, so that you can later come back and defeat it without being eaten again.
I
I'm
Go
not sure about
Christmas
Jimmy
the
or
past.
Till
I love it.
suggestions.
I do have to say, I think chat came up with a pretty decent corker. I just love it because I know my players would go insane. You start at the funeral of one of the player characters. Yeah, it's
Nice.
like, wait, what? Who's being buried? You are.
What? Yeah, absolutely. But feel free to start in unusual places and choose those places based on how you're going to be able to catapult people into the drama and
Yeah.
the theme and the tone and and everything that you're trying to create. Don't have them go to a tavern and talk to a quest giver. They can meet the quest giver in the place, or they can already have got the quest, right? They can be holding the paper that they pulled off the bounty board in this location. Don't feel like you have to go through the runabout first.
So, in my suggestion,
Yes.
effectively, you start with the energy you need on top of you, with the pyramid to get you going, and with the desire to go away because you're naked. So I think it's a good start, right? You literally have a head start.
The chat thinks you might have won. ECC book certainly says
Yeah.
Dimmy wins.
Dimmy wins. Ants!
Speaking about winning, it's
Oh.
time.
Okay.
It's
let's go to the
time.
raffle.
Okay, let me take the
We're
results.
gonna
Continue,
do this
guys, and
raffle.
actually, I will do the mumbo jumbo here, and I will.
All right, we're doing some mumbo bumbo. All right, I have a question. I have a question for Guy. Will we see Janet, Demetrius, Caeora, or Till in Guy's training grounds?
Not in season 1.
It's fully booked.
Season 1 was fully booked within 10 minutes of us launching it. You are all, of course, welcome to come onto Training Grounds. We've had some very interesting GMs come through. We haven't had any bad GMs. I want to say, thankfully, but at the same time, it's like, it would be nice to, so we could see them grow and progress. But yeah, you guys are welcome anytime. Actually, it would be quite nice to see you in the hot seat.
Exciting.
Then
yeah,
judged by
explore.
all your friends.
They're not my, I mean, they become my friends because I play with them for a session, but beforehand, we meet each other 30 minutes
Oh,
before
I was
the show
thinking
starts,
us
so-
all playing together.
Oh, I see. We'll do a
Yeah.
special edition of Training Grounds.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Where
that could be
every 10
nasty.
minutes you have to switch the GM.
This is the
Oh
cel-
my god! I want to play that game!
Oh my goodness. All right.
Chaos! Let chaos reign! This is my kind of game.
Oh dear, oh dear.
There's a great question here for Caeora, actually.
No?
How would you show biomes change over a long period of time on a map?
Well, the best way of doing that is drawing 2 maps. But the other way of doing it is obviously to give examples in the whatever you're representing that there was something there previously. So if you're drawing a more oldie, not an oldie, like a more ancient land that may have had glaciers, for example, there are geological things that you can do to the land that shows the age of it. You know, the massive rents in the earth, or depressions and rising and lowering of terrain and cliffs and things, and massive boulders scattered all over the place. This kind of thing shows age from that sense. So if the example they use is like 5 years of grasslands and then 15 years of desert, you may have a gradient somewhere where there's a bit of grassland and then it sort of like peters out into desert as it's can't become like what's the word for it, desertification.
Desertification.
Yes, where the desert grows and it sort of like takes over everything and becomes bigger and bigger because it's becoming drier and drier. So yeah, it's like blending things together like you would colors. So you would blend the different biomes together.
That's really cool. Also, I am constantly sad that desertification is not just the
Just
act of
turning things into
desserts being
pudding.
added to
Yeah.
a table
Mm.
until the whole table is full of dessert.
I did make an asset pack for candy assets actually, which is really cool. So if you want to make a candy land or add candy assets into your maps, then yeah, that's going to be cool. Just on that note.
That's awesome.
Do we have a winner, Dimmy?
We do.
did have a winner. I thought that Guy can make the honors, but Guy.
Guys disappeared behind a giant pile of prizes.
So In which case, I will announce the winner. The winner of today's Mega Super Raffle is Tris the Necromancer.
That is Necromancer Tris.
Tris.
Congratulations.
Tris, I'm pretty sure you're here. I think I.
Necromancer Tris, please say something to confirm that you are here.
Yes.
Okay,
They said,
they've just said,
ah.
Necromancer Tris, please email me at hello@worldanvil.com. I will make sure that we arrange to get you all of those giant amounts of goodies. That is creature curation goodies, easy roller dice goodies, World Anvil goodies, Dungeon Phone goodies, Bounty Hunter goodies, Caeora asset goodies, everything goodies, all the goodies.
Goodies.
And guys, thank you everybody who took part in the raffle. Thank you everybody who stuck around and gathered all the keywords. We see you. You're awesome.
I have to say, there were some amazing answers to those. Like, I have to say that some people are very creative. So we had somebody, I will not, of course, I will not say names, that replied to, not clue I wasn't here, no idea I wasn't here, I forgot but I was there, Crystal Mountain Kickass. That was amazing.
Well, at least they tried, right?
I know
At least
exactly.
the
Right.
intention was there. You know,
Yeah,
they were like,
absolutely.
yeah, I'd
And
join this
folks,
raffle.
even if you haven't, even though the raffle has now been pulled, if you would like to give us some feedback on today, or you would like to claim your World Anvil digital participation badge, then yeah, jump onto that form and fill it out, and we will make sure that A, your feedback is taken into account, because we want to do more of these and we want them to be even more kick-ass, and B, we'll get you that badge.
Yeah.
There we
I
go,
saw in the
folks.
chat that someone was asking if my code word was mappiness. And I must say I like that much more than mapness. So maybe I'm calling my Thursday streams in future Welcome to the Mappiness.
That's how we call
That's
them
how
when
we call them when we talk about them.
when
Yeah,
we call them about your stream, we call them mappiness because it sounds like happiness.
yeah. Streams of ultimate mappiness.
It's far cuter. Till.
And I think that's why the people were confused because we call them mappiness, you call them mappiness, and they were like,
What is?
Speaking of that, let's do a round table quickly of where everybody can find you guys. All of us, as a matter of fact. So let's start with Caeora. Where are you? What are you doing? And how can people find you if they want to know more?
My name is Caeora, and you can find me at Caeora everywhere. It's all Caeora. Literally everything that I have everywhere on the internet is called Caeora. Caeora.com, Caeora at Twitter, Caeora Discord. It's just Caeora, really. Thank you very much. World Anvil, where can they find you?
So I am Janet, this is Dimitris, and we made and run World Anvil, which is a world building software and campaign management software. Your players can make their character sheets, you can run your campaign, it could all go in there. It's awesome. At least we think so. We use it for everything. You can find us at World Anvil pretty much everywhere. We have a YouTube channel. We stream 3 times a week, so you can join us there, ask us questions. We do a lot of feedback streams and critique streams. So if you
3
want
times
to,
a week should be Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I guess.
there we go.
Yes.
So if you want us to read your work and give you feedback on it, we can do that too. We do that live. And yeah, check out World Anvil. You can check it out for free.
Also, I would like to say that officially we got the thing that on Friday, myself and Caeora are
Oh, yeah.
trashing your map.
We trash your maps on Fridays now, because that's really
For
fun and
free.
we enjoy it.
So yeah, there's a whole stream called Trash My Map, where
Yeah,
you
so
submit
if you
your
want
map.
feedback.
Yeah.
Sorry, Janet, you go.
No, I was going to say, if you want feedback on your maps, if you want critique, then Dimmy and Caeora don their breaches of bitchiness +3, and the library is open, as a certain epic person says, and yeah, they will give you feedback on your maps.
Yeah.
Till, what are you doing and where can we find you?
I'm Till from Dungeon Fog, and you can find us on dungeonfog.com, respectively Dungeon Fog at Twitter, Dungeon Fog at Facebook, and so on and so forth. And we're also having 2 streams a week. Thursdays is my personal map making stream, where I just regularly sit and prep maps for my next game. And Tuesdays are throughout the month, mainly about regular Dungeon Fog updates and news. And by the end of each month, there is one Tuesday that is called Mapping It Out, where Guy and I look specifically at the development progress of project days. And again, you can find that on YouTube and on Twitch under the name Dungeon Fog.
Also, Till, you need to submit some maps to Trash Your Map.
Oh, yeah, I will. I will.
That'll be fun.
Oh, yeah.
I like
Guy,
that.
what about
I like
you?
that. We can all rip each other to pieces. You come to my show to run a training ground. We'll send maps. Yes, could be the beginning of the end of a
Very good.
There we are. And then I am to be found on www.greatgamemaster.com. I was not one of the cool kids, so you can't find me using that everywhere. I am different everywhere. But if you type in Great GM, usually it'll come up somewhere, as that's the mission of our channel, is to make you a great GM, if you're a GM, of course. And yes, we have a live show every Thursday evening called Training Grounds, where new GMs come on. They perform an adventure for us in 90 minutes, and then they get scored on that. They come back the following week to try and improve upon those scores. So that's a lot of fun. And then we have a live playthrough of my new TTRPG that's just been released called Bounty Hunter, and that will be starting in July, as soon as July happens, which can't happen sooner. Yeah, it's
Very soon.
Very soon indeed, yes. And yes, Janet.
Oh, I just wanted to bring to everybody's eyes a suggestion for the next CowCon. Folks, if you have suggestions for topics that you would like us to cover in the next CowCon, then throw those into the chat or throw them into the form, and we'll consider them. Triss, Necromancer Triss, suggests CowCon 3, the Battle Royale.
Well, that's gonna end terribly.
Let's slip the Velociraptors of war.
Yeah, I think Janet would win that.
I'm safe. I'm good.
No, she'll get you first.
Velociraptors.
What are you talking about?
Yeah. Oh dear. All right, folks, this has been an absolute blast to have you all with us over the last almost 6 hours and a bit time. Thank you so much for participating. We hope you noticed that we put in some little breaks for you as CowCon 1. That was one of the most requested features of CowCon 2, as a matter of fact, was snack breaks, which we heartily agreed with, obviously. And it's been our pleasure to bring these talks to you. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you to everybody who participated. And yes, watch our social media for news on CowCon 3. Until then, however, I think we need to say light up the forge whilst happy
hammer.
map making. What, I don't know everyone's catchphrases for the end of their shows.
Grab your hammer and go well build.
Make a map. It's cool.
Map making.
And from me, happy gaming. Until then, goodbye.